penetrated through the deck plates. The guards turned down a narrow hall toward the execution chamber, unaware of the quiet, metallic groan rising in Fenrir's cell. Outside, the burnt-out moon drifted through space, casting its pale broken light across the viewport windows, illuminating the massive alien warship like an ancient predator in orbit over its kill. Darius felt the air grow colder as they approached the chamber. He could hear chanting in Jarek tongue beyond the tall black doors, ceremonial death songs welcoming his end. He did not bow his head. He would face death the same way he faced life, with unyielding gaze, silent and ready. Behind him, unseen by any guard, Fenrir's chains splintered with a quiet, triumphant snap. Fenrir paused as the final link split with a muffled metallic crack. He froze, ears pivoting to scan the corridor outside his cell. No alarms triggered. No energy barriers flickered in warning. The chains slid off his forepaws in a coiled heap, leaving raw red lines against the dark silver fur of his legs. He licked them once, tasting iron and ozone residue from the electroshocks burned into his flesh. His breath fogged in the chilled recycled air as he lowered himself onto his belly, muscles rippling under his massive shoulders. He sniffed the air again. The scents were clearer without the shackles confining his posture. Blood. Human blood. His master's blood. Sweat from 3 Jarek guards ahead. Ion discharge from plasma rifles. The sweet, coppery tang of ceremonial oils used for executions. His golden eyes narrowed. Slowly he pressed his snout against the energy barrier. It hissed and sparked under the thick fur on his nose, sending electric shocks pulsing across his skull. He did not flinch. Instead, he traced the scent trails flowing under the energy shield's base, memorizing them. His nostrils flared. A flicker of cool, unfiltered air whispered against his whiskers from a ventilation duct hidden behind the cell's rear wall. His ears swiveled toward it. He turned, massive paws silent against steel, and approached the wall, jaws opening to clamp around the grated panel. Muscles coiled and bunched in his neck as he wrenched sideways. The thin bolts snapped, metal shrieking in protest before falling away into the darkness beyond. Fenrir nosed the grate aside and slithered his massive frame into the duct, shoulders scraping both walls, fur flattening against ribbed steel. Each movement was measured, silent despite his weight. He crawled forward until his senses told him he had bypassed the energy barrier entirely. Another grate blocked his exit into the main walkway, but the metal was weaker here. His jaws clamped down. This time he pulled with focused violence, ripping it free in a single wrench. It fell soundlessly onto the empty corridor. He emerged with the silent fluidity of a shadow. For a moment he paused to orient himself. The corridors twisted through the warship in alien geometry, turning at angles that defied Terran engineering. But Fenrir did not need straight lines. He needed scent trails. He lowered his head to the grated floor and inhaled. Master. His hackles rose as adrenaline flooded his body, sharpening every nerve ending to a knife's edge. The scent trail led left, down a narrow hall lit only by flickering emergency lights. Somewhere ahead, he heard muffled chanting, an echo of guttural alien syllables rolling against cold walls. He moved like a hunting storm, claws finding traction in ridged steel, each step silent despite his size. A guard appeared from an adjoining corridor. The Jarek's mandibles clicked in alarm as golden eyes met his. Fenrir lunged before a scream could form, jaws clamping over the insectoid's entire armored neck. His teeth sheared through chitin plating as if it were dried bark. The guard convulsed, thorax cracking under the pressure, and went limp. Fenrir released him without a sound. The corpse slid down the wall, mandibles twitching in dying reflex. He continued forward. Another corner turned. Another scent trail verified. Each step brought him closer to the gathering of Jarek voices vibrating through the floor plates. The corridor widened into an archway framed with black bone carvings depicting triumphant alien hunts. Beyond it, the execution hall glowed emerald and bronze under ceremonial light globes hanging from cables. Alien soldiers lined both walls, 2 rows deep, chittering their death chants in perfect unison. In the center knelt Darius Kale, hands bound behind him, head lowered. His hair fell across his bruised face in sweat-plastered strands. Blood dripped from his split knuckles onto the engraved steel floor. Before him stood the executioner, armored in black ceremonial plates adorned with white sigils. It raised a massive blade forged from alien alloys, its edge shimmering with green plasma filaments humming in deadly harmony. Fenrir crouched at the threshold, observing. He counted soldiers with a predator's precision. 12 in formation along the walls. 3 ceremonial drummers at the rear. Two generals near the throne dais. The executioner. And Vralek, perched atop the central throne carved from obsidian bone, mandibles spread wide in cruel amusement. Fenrir's eyes locked onto Darius. His master's breathing was shallow, chest rising and falling in weak rhythm. But he was alive. Alive and not yet broken. A deep vibration rumbled in Fenrir's chest, an ancient growl so low it merged with the mechanical hum of the warship itself. His tail flicked once, a silent punctuation of decision. Then he surged forward. The two nearest soldiers registered movement but never processed the blur of dark silver and black fur crashing into them. Fenrir's jaws clamped around the first soldier's throat, crushing chitin and spine in a single bite. He twisted, flinging the corpse into the second guard, sending both sprawling against the ceremonial pillars. Plasma rifles clattered to the floor. Screams erupted as the soldiers turned their weapons toward the charging beast. Fenrir zigzagged between the pillars with impossible speed for his size. Plasma bolts scorched past his flanks, searing fur and skin, but he did not falter. He launched onto a guard firing from the left flank, jaws clamping down on its head. Mandibles shattered. Brain fluid sprayed across the pillar as Fenrir tossed the body aside and lunged for the next. In the chaos, Darius raised his head. His good eye widened as he beheld the silhouette of his dire wolf tearing through armored soldiers like paper. For a moment, every pain in his body vanished. Hope flared in his chest, bright and savage. "Fenrir," he rasped, voice torn from dehydration. The dire wolf pivoted at the sound, golden eyes locking onto his masters with raw relief. Blood dripped from his fangs as his gaze flicked to the executioner raising its blade in panic. With an earth-shaking snarl, Fenrir lunged, jaws wide. The executioner swung downward. Fenrir collided with his chest mid-strike, knocking the blade from his claws. They fell together. Fenrir's teeth sank into the alien's throat, ripping through chitin and muscle. The executioner convulsed once before going limp. Fenrir dropped him and turned to Darius. The ropes binding Darius's wrists were reinforced alien fiber, resistant to Terran blades. Fenrir lowered his massive head and clamped his teeth around the cords. His jaws flexed with precise force, careful not to graze his master's skin. The ropes snapped. Darius's hands fell free, blood surging back into his numb fingers in agonizing tingles. He reached out, burying a trembling hand into Fenrir's thick neck fur, gripping tight as if anchoring himself to reality. Behind them, the remaining soldiers regrouped, rifles raised. Vralek rose from his throne, mandibles clacking in fury. His voice boomed through the chamber. "Kill them both. Bring me their corpses for the victory banners." Fenrir snarled, placing his massive body between Darius and the soldiers. His golden eyes blazed with primal fury as plasma bolts flew toward them. Darius rolled to the executioner's corpse, grabbing the fallen plasma blade. His vision blurred with pain, but he forced himself upright, staggering beside Fenrir. The dire wolf glanced back at him briefly, ears flicking forward in silent understanding. Together they faced the firing line, one broken human and one apex predator forged in loyalty beyond genetic programming. "Ready, boy?" Darius murmured, tightening his grip on the humming blade. Fenrir's lips peeled back from his titanium-capped fangs, chest vibrating with a thunderous growl. They charged as one into the hail of plasma and alien screams. The first plasma bolt seared past Darius's face, close enough to burn the sweat off his cheek. He ducked behind a fallen pillar, dragging Fenrir with him as shots melted the carved obsidian bone into bubbling slag. His chest heaved with ragged breaths. Every joint screamed with torn tendons and bruised ligaments, but he forced his fingers to tighten around the plasma blade's grip. Its energy filament hummed low and dangerous, vibrating up his wrist to settle in his bones. Fenrir crouched beside him, hackles raised, ears pinned flat against his massive skull. His golden eyes tracked every movement among the soldiers regrouping near the throne dais. Each flick of their mandibles, each shift of clawed feet against steel, burned itself into Fenrir's focus. His lips peeled back to reveal titanium-reinforced fangs dripping with the blood of the executioner. Darius swallowed against the dryness in his throat. "They're reorganizing firing positions," he whispered, words barely audible above the low whine of charging plasma rifles. "If they form a full arc, they'll cut us down before we reach the exit." Fenrir shifted, tail twitching once. His body vibrated with a silent growl that pulsed against Darius's chest like a second heartbeat. The dire wolf lifted his snout, sniffing the scorched air. His ears twitched to the left, where one soldier broke formation to flank around the fallen pillars. Without a sound, Fenrir lunged. His paws struck the steel floor in 3 silent beats before his jaws clamped around the alien's leg. The Jarek screamed as Fenrir yanked backward with brutal force, snapping chitin and bone in one motion. The guard collapsed, dropping his plasma rifle, claws scraping across the deck. Fenrir twisted his head and slammed the guard's skull against the floor, silencing him instantly. Plasma bolts scorched past Fenrir's shoulders as he leapt back behind the pillar beside Darius. The human grabbed the fallen rifle, flipping it in his hands to check its charge level. Half capacity. Enough. Good boy, he rasped. Fenrir huffed, eyes flicking toward the throne dais where Commander Vralek loomed behind his soldiers, mandibles twitching with calculated rage. Fall back and regroup. Vralek roared, his translator collar warping the alien command into Terran standard laced with static. Trap them in the chamber and vent the atmosphere. Soldiers began to retreat toward the execution hall's rear doors, rifles raised to lay down suppressing fire. Darius saw their plan instantly. Once the doors sealed, they would open the chamber to the void, leaving him and Fenrir frozen husks floating in alien space. Not happening, he muttered. He rose from behind the pillar, plasma rifle raised, and fired in quick succession. 2 bolts struck the nearest soldier square in the chest, melting through chitin armor to expose smoldering organs. The alien collapsed, limbs twitching. Fenrir charged beside him, moving in a blur of muscle and black-silver fur. He launched onto another guard, jaws clamping down on the alien's weapon arm. Fangs pierced through flesh and armored plating alike. The rifle clattered to the floor as Fenrir's momentum carried them both into the pillar, cracking bone against stone with a dull crunch. Darius advanced, firing in controlled bursts. Each plasma bolt punched clean holes through armor and bone, sending Jarek warriors crashing to the floor in sizzling heaps. His arms trembled from strain, each recoil vibrating through damaged muscles, but he forced himself to keep moving. To stop was to die. One soldier lunged from the right, mandibles spread wide in a battle cry. Darius pivoted, slicing upward with the plasma blade. The weapon hummed as its energy filament carved through the alien's torso in a clean diagonal arc. Chitin split open, spraying acidic blood across Darius's chest and arms. The stench burned his nostrils, but he ignored it, shoving the corpse aside. Fenrir tore through the left flank, jaws snapping through limbs and throats with surgical precision. His eyes burned with primal fury, but his movements remained disciplined, a predator forged not only in nature but in training. He pivoted to shield Darius's blind side, ears flicking back to register his master's breathing and position at all times. They advanced together, leaving a trail of mangled bodies across the execution hall floor. The last soldier turned to flee toward the rear exit, but Fenrir lunged before he took a second step. His jaws closed around the alien's waist, crushing chitin plating and pulverizing internal organs in a single bite. He dropped the corpse without a glance, golden eyes locking onto the throne dais. Vralek remained perched on his obsidian throne, mandibles clacking softly in amused disgust. His black enameled armor gleamed under the flickering ceremonial lights. Slowly he rose, towering over Darius and Fenrir, skeletal limbs unfolding with predatory grace. Impressive, he rasped, stepping down from the throne. Truly, Terrans possess savage elegance. But loyalty to an animal will not save you. Darius raised the plasma rifle and fired. The bolt struck Vralek's chest and dissipated harmlessly across a shimmering energy shield woven into his armor. The alien general chuckled, stepping forward as Darius dropped the empty rifle. Your weapons are worthless, Vralek sneered, voice echoing across the silent hall. Your death is inevitable. Darius gripped the plasma blade tighter, adjusting his stance despite the pain screaming through his legs. Maybe, he rasped, lifting his chin. But I'm not alone. Fenrir snarled, hackles raised. His lips curled back to reveal every titanium-capped fang glistening under the emerald lights. He crouched low, muscles coiling under thick fur, claws digging into the steel floor. Vralek's mandibles twitched once, flickering annoyance marring his expression. You think this beast can save you? He is nothing. An engineered pet playing at loyalty. Fenrir's growl deepened into a rolling thunder, vibrating through the silent chamber. He shifted his weight forward, tail flicking once behind him. His golden eyes locked onto Vralek's throat with unwavering intent. Darius exhaled once, centering himself beside his companion. Blood dripped from his torn fingertips, pattering onto the deck like a ticking clock. He rolled his shoulders back despite the agony, raising the plasma blade to chest level. Let's end this, boy, he whispered. Vralek lunged first, his skeletal limbs moving with inhuman speed as his armored claws swept forward to crush Darius's skull. Fenrir moved faster. He launched upward, jaws snapping around Vralek's forearm before it struck. His teeth bit down with explosive force, metal plating crumpling under crushing pressure. Vralek screeched, mandibles flailing as Fenrir twisted his head violently, snapping the arm at the elbow. Darius surged forward, plasma blade humming as he drove it up under Vralek's chin. The energy filament pierced chitin, flesh, and bone in a single searing thrust. The alien general's scream cut short, head snapping back as molten green blood sprayed across Darius's face. Fenrir released the shattered arm and lunged again, jaws closing around Vralek's throat. His teeth punched through armor and spine in one savage bite. He ripped backward, tearing the general's head free in a spray of gore and shattered carapace. The corpse crumpled to the floor in twitching heaps of segmented limbs and black armored fragments. For a long moment, silence reigned. Darius stood panting, plasma blade still humming in his trembling grip. Fenrir dropped the severed head beside his master's feet, golden eyes locked onto Darius with fierce, unbreakable loyalty. Darius dropped to his knees, exhaustion overwhelming his adrenaline. His hand reached out, fingers burying into Fenrir's thick neck fur. The dire wolf pressed closer, rumbling a deep, soft growl that resonated through his master's chest, anchoring him to the present. "Good boy," Darius whispered, voice shaking. "Good damn boy." Fenrir licked the blood from his cheek once, then turned his head toward the execution hall's sealed exit. His ears flicked forward as he inhaled deeply, scenting the corridors beyond. His tail flicked again, signaling what his golden eyes burned with. Mo. Darius forced himself upright, wiping blood from his face with a trembling hand. He deactivated the plasma blade, clipping it to his belt, and picked up a discarded rifle. He checked the charge level with practiced efficiency. 40%. Enough to get them out. He nodded once to Fenrir. The dire wolf huffed, stepping forward to the sealed doors. His massive shoulders rolled as he pressed his snout against the seam, ears swiveling to track movements beyond. Darius lifted the rifle and placed his hand on Fenrir's back, feeling the steady, thunderous rhythm of his companion's heartbeat vibrating under battle-scarred fur. They stood together before the doors, a broken human and an apex predator forged in loyalty, preparing to carve a path to freedom through a warship filled with enemies. The future beyond those doors remained unwritten. But whatever it held, they would face it as they always had, side by side, unbroken and unbowed. The doors hissed open. The doors slid open with a hiss of hydraulics and a faint burst of cold, recycled air. Beyond lay a wide corridor lined with ribbed steel columns, illuminated by harsh strips of blue-white lights embedded in the ceiling. The scent of plasma residue, alien oils, and scorched metal rolled through the doorway, filling Darius's nose with the acrid perfume of war. Fenrir stepped forward first, massive paws padding across the grated floor in silent, predatory strides. His golden eyes flicked left and right, registering each shadow and flicker of movement with relentless focus. His ears pinned back as he sniffed the air, catching the faint vibrations of armored feet further down the hall. Darius followed close behind, plasma rifle raised, pulse vibrating in his fingertips as adrenaline burned through his exhausted veins. His legs trembled with strain, every step sending sparks of pain up his spine. But he kept moving, eyes fixed on Fenrir's rippling shoulders ahead of him. The corridor widened into an intersection, branching left toward the hangar bays and right toward the engineering cores. Fenrir paused at the junction, ears swiveling forward. He lowered his massive head, sniffing the cold air currents drifting down the left passageway. Beneath the scent of fuel, plasma scorches and metallic antiseptics, he caught a whisper of vacuum-sealed alloys and ionized thrusters. Ships. Escape. His tail flicked once to the left. Darius understood instantly. He adjusted his grip on the rifle, moving forward to stand at Fenrir's flank. Together they advanced down the left corridor, stepping over scorched floor panels and discarded power cells. Distant alarms pulsed through the ship, echoing in broken rhythms that vibrated through the walls. They rounded a bend and emerged into the hangar bay. The cavernous chamber stretched out before them in towering tiers of docking arms, flickering maintenance lamps, and parked fighter craft glowing under rows of green status lights. Alien engineers scrambled across gantries, mandibles clacking in alarm as the human and dire wolf charged onto the metal platform. For a brief moment, silence froze the entire hangar. Engineers dropped their tools. Pilots paused in pre-flight checks. All eyes locked onto the blood-drenched human with a plasma rifle and the massive dire wolf at his side, golden eyes blazing with cold ferocity. Then the screaming started. An alarm klaxon blared overhead as security drones detached from ceiling rails, spinning up plasma turrets with mechanical shrieks. Darius raised his rifle and fired 3 rapid bursts. The first 2 struck a drone dead center, punching molten holes through its armored carapace. It spiraled out of the air, crashing into a fuel line that erupted in a small burst of flame and vapor. The third shot struck an engineer running for cover. The alien crumpled to the floor, chitin armor smoking where the plasma bolt punched through its chest. Fenrir charged forward, massive claws screeching against the steel floor as he launched himself onto a security drone diving toward Darius. His jaws snapped shut around the spinning turret, teeth biting through reinforced alloys with a sickening crunch. Sparks exploded from the broken drone as Fenrir twisted his neck violently, tearing it apart in a burst of shredded metal and wiring. Darius ran for the nearest fighter craft, a sleek dagger-shaped ship resting on its landing struts, cockpit hatch still open as its pilot scrambled to disengage the startup locks. He fired a burst into the alien's back, sending it sprawling across the hangar deck with a strangled scream. "Fenrir! Inside!" he shouted, his voice cracking from dehydration and strain. The dire wolf pivoted smoothly, leaping over fuel lines and alien corpses to land beside him. Together they climbed the small boarding ramp into the cockpit. Darius shoved the dead pilot out of the seat and strapped himself in, fingers flying across the alien controls. The interface flickered under his touch, alien glyphs rearranging themselves in diagnostic checklists and power readouts. He exhaled once, forcing his blurred vision to focus. Years of covert piloting missions surged back through muscle memory. Engines, life support, thrusters, weapons offline. He didn't need them. He needed to leave. Fenrir squeezed himself into the rear compartment, head low, ears pinned against the cockpit ceiling. His massive chest rose and fell in calm rhythm despite the chaos outside, golden eyes fixed unblinkingly on his master. A security team burst into the hangar, weapons raised. Plasma bolts hammered against the ship's shields, sending rippling waves of blue energy across the viewport. Darius flipped 2 toggles, disengaging the docking clamps. The ship lurched as its thrusters spun up in a high-pitched whine that rattled his teeth. Come on, he muttered, flicking the throttle forward. The fighter lifted off its struts, hovering above the deck as plasma fire slammed against its shields. Darius gritted his teeth, flicking his gaze to the targeting array. 10 hostiles. 11. 15. Too many. Didn't matter. He slammed the throttle to full. The ship roared forward, inertial dampeners flaring in delayed response as the fighter shot through the hangar force field and into the black void beyond. Stars exploded across the cockpit canopy in silent brilliance. The warship fell away behind them, a vast skeletal leviathan drifting against the backdrop of a pale dead moon. Darius exhaled shakily, gripping the controls with trembling fingers. His shoulders slumped as adrenaline drained from his bloodstream, leaving behind trembling exhaustion. He glanced back at Fenrir. The dire wolf lay on his belly, massive head resting between his paws, golden eyes half-lidded in calm vigilance. His flanks rose and fell in quiet, measured breaths, ears twitching occasionally to track distant engine vibrations. Darius reached back with a shaking hand, fingers brushing against Fenrir's blood-streaked fur. The dire wolf rumbled softly under his touch, a low vibration that resonated through the cockpit, grounding Darius in the present. The human closed his eyes, feeling the warmth beneath his fingers, the living proof of loyalty unbreakable by chains, plasma fire, or alien contempt. "Good boy," he whispered, voice breaking. "You did good, Fenrir." Fenrir huffed softly, pressing his massive head against Darius's forearm with a gentle nudge that belied his size and power. His golden eyes met Darius's with quiet, exhausted certainty. A promise given without words, "I will never leave you." Darius swallowed, blinking away the burn in his eyes. He turned back to the controls, scanning the navigation readouts. The alien glyphs flickered across the screen, displaying local orbital data and warp gate vectors. He selected the closest unguarded gate and locked in the jump coordinates. Outside, the void rippled with drifting debris and the faint glow of orbital salvage platforms. The fighter's engines vibrated under his seat as the jump drive charged, hum building into a bone-deep resonance that set his teeth on edge. Darius flexed his bruised fingers over the throttle, breathing out once in steady rhythm. "Let's go home, boy," he murmured. The jump drive activated. The stars stretched into blazing lines of light before vanishing altogether, leaving only darkness pierced by the occasional glimmer of distant suns. Inside the cockpit, the hum of the engines faded to quiet thrumming. Darius leaned back in the pilot's chair, body trembling with aftershocks of pain and relief. His hand remained buried in Fenrir's fur, fingers gripping the thick ruff at his neck. Fenrir closed his eyes, tail thumping once against the compartment floor. His breathing deepened into the slow, rhythmic cadence of an apex predator at rest, confident that no threat remained within striking distance. For the first time in hours, Darius allowed himself to exhale fully, shoulders sinking as the tension drained from his battered frame. He glanced down at his dire wolf, studying the scarred muzzle, the titanium-capped fangs hidden behind peaceful lips, the faint burn marks seared into the dark silver fur. Pride surged in his chest, bright and fierce. Not pride in ownership or command, but pride in knowing he had stood beside a creature of unbreakable loyalty and intelligence. Pride in knowing he had been chosen as worthy of that bond. Outside the viewport, distant nebulas glowed in violet and blue, their radiant clouds swirling around hidden stars. Somewhere beyond them lay Earth, cold and blue and waiting. Somewhere beyond them lay the forests where Fenrir once hunted snow hares as a pup, where Darius once trained beneath black pines under winter moons. They would return. Together. Darius closed his eyes, listening to the steady rumble of Fenrir's breathing behind him, and allowed a faint, tired smile to touch his split lips. He felt the warmth of those golden eyes upon him even in darkness, promising silent protection until sleep came. And for the first time in a long, long while, he felt safe.
At Starbound, we tell stories the human way, not with artificial voices or AI garbage. What's HFY without humanity? Subscribe to keep it that way. I'm Daniel Pierce, and I'm going to be your narrator. Now, let's begin. As a merchant who delighted in sharing often exaggerated tales of places he had heard of or visited, Severe could hardly contain his excitement when a chance encounter in a bar led to a meeting with a gullible Trazier named Amo. Now, with his favorite drink in hand and his throat warmed, he was ready to retell his favorite story. A tale of a distant planet his fellow merchants loved to boast about. A death world beyond imagination. Home to a species so improbable, it was hard to believe they were real.
Are you even listening, Amo? Because this is where it gets good.
Severe leaned forward in his chair, the leather creaking under his weight as he positioned himself closer to his companion in their booth near the counter. His black eyes focused intently on Amo, who apparently had failed to read the room and decided to finish his bowl of soup, a local delicacy featuring glowing tentacles that seemed far from appealing, right when Severe was about to launch into his story. Severe's yellow head shook in disapproval, the movement causing his sensitive antennae to slap against the yellow skin of his face more than once. He winced at the minor discomfort and took another sip of his drink, the amber liquid burning pleasantly down his throat as his new friend continued slurping the last of the tentacles with apparent relish.
I'm done, Severe. Please, tell me about the Death World.
Amos said, shifting in his chair with an eagerness that made the seat groan in protest. His large blue eyes, each the size of a small fruit and possessing an unnerving ability to blink independently, contrasted strangely against his dark feathered bipedal body. The sight of Amo always took some getting used to. He wasn't an avian, despite what one might assume at first glance. No beak adorned his face, no majestic crest crowned his head, no wings extended from his back. He was simply a typical bipedal form covered entirely in feathers rather than fur, each plume a deep midnight blue. The overall effect was deeply unsettling, like looking at something that evolution had started but forgotten to finish. Even the other patrons in the surrounding booths would occasionally steal uncomfortable glances at the Trazier. Severe cleared his throat dramatically, savoring the moment before beginning his tale.
The Tridarian merchants, those brave souls who venture where others fear to tread. They told me about this world, A place so hostile, so utterly incompatible with civilized life that even hearing about it makes sensible beings check their insurance policies.
He paused for effect, watching Amo lean forward with his eyes wide.
First, the gravity.
Severe continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone that forced Amo to lean even closer.
Twice the Federation standard. Twice! Can you imagine? Your bones would creak like old ship hulls under that pressure. The Tridarians said they needed powered exoskeletons just to walk around, and even then, they could only manage a few hours before exhaustion set in. Imagine it, Amo. Every single step dragging at you, every breath feeling heavier, like the whole planet itself wanted to crush the life out of you.
Twice the standard. Amo's eyes widen again, making him look even more like a startled nocturnal creature. But that would mean everything would weigh double. A simple cargo crate would be impossible to move. Even carrying your own body would be torment.
Oh, well, that's just the beginning, my friend,
Severe said, thoroughly enjoying the genuine shock on Amo's face. This was why he loved telling stories to the Trozier. Every reaction was authentic, unfiltered by the cynicism that plagued most spacefaring species. Trozier never scoffed, never interrupted. They drank in every word as if it were priceless treasure.
The climate,
Severe continued, gesturing wildly with his glass, causing a few drops to splash onto the table,
is absolutely insane. During what they call summer, the temperature can reach half the boiling point of water. Half! The Tridarians said they saw puddles literally steaming, creating these ghostly vapors that rose from the ground like the spirits of the damned.
Amo gasped, his feathers ruffling in distress.
Half the boiling point? That's 50 standard units. My species starts suffering heat stroke at 31. To think of walking under such a sun. And winter.
Severe leaned back, taking another sip for dramatic effect.
Winter makes the frozen waste of a few ice planets look like a tropical resort. There are places the temperature drops so low it could freeze Mercury. Liquid metal, Amo, turned solid by the cold alone. Ice so hard it cuts like glass. Winds sharp enough to flay skin from bone. Entire oceans vanish under ice sheets thicker than city towers. Really?
Amo said, shaking his head in amazement.
I wouldn't survive for a single day. How would anything live there naturally?
Severe nearly finished his drink in a single gulp, the burning sensation preparing his throat for what he considered the best part of the story.
But here's where it gets truly unbelievable. The beings who live on this planet, they are not just animals. They are sapiens. And their relationship with food?
He paused, savoring the anticipation on Amo's face.
They can eat literally everything. Everything? Everything.
Severe confirmed with a solemn nod.
The merchants who dare to trade there, despite all the dangers, they always get rich. You know why? Because these creatures buy food from everywhere in the galaxy. They have no restrictions, no allergies, no incompatibilities. The Tridarians said they watched one of these beings eat a meal that contained ingredients from 5 different death worlds, including 3 items classified as toxic to 90% of known species.
Severe's excitement grew as he continued, his voice rising with each revelation.
Food from other death worlds. They import it as delicacies, meat from predators that would tear most of us apart, leaves from plants that secrete deadly neurotoxins, even mushrooms that grow in radioactive soil, spices that would dissolve our tongues. They sprinkle it on their food for flavor, and they don't just survive it, Amo. They relish it. They enjoy it. What would be our poison would be the feast.
His voice reached a crescendo, drawing curious glances from nearby tables.
This death world could make a merchant rich with anything they had in stock. No need to check compatibility charts. No worries about poisoning your customers. They'll eat it all and ask for seconds. That's incredible.
Amos started to exclaim, but Severe cut him off with a raised hand, his expression suddenly grave.
But here's where the story turns dark, my friend.
Severe's voice dropped low again, forcing Amo to lean in close enough that Severe could smell the lingering phosphorescent residue from his soup.
Some merchants got greedy. They thought, if these beings are so resilient, so different, imagine what they'd be worth on the slave markets.
The bar seemed to grow quieter, as the very air was listening to the tale.
One merchant, a Galaxian named Vroor, he managed it. After dozens of successful trades, he'd gained their trust. The natives had stopped seeing him as a threat. That was his mistake. No, their mistake. He stunned one of them during a routine trade, loaded it onto a ship like cargo.
Severe's voice faltered slightly, the memory of the story sending chills through his yellow skin.
He thought he was safe when he reached his home world, light years away from that death world. He thought distance meant security.
Severe leaned back, his antennae drooping with the weight of what came next.
The Death Welders came for him. Not with a diplomatic protest, not with trade sanctions. They came with warships. They violated 4 separate sovereignty treaties, ignored many more ceasefire demands, and when the Calaxian Defense Force tried to stop them,
he shook his head slowly.
They pushed through like the fleet was made of paper.
But Amo began.
They took him back.
Severe interrupted, his voice now barely a whisper.
Dragged Vroor back to the death world. The rumors say he was put in one of their prisons, subjected to that crushing gravity every moment of every day. They say he lasted 3 years before his body simply gave up. His bones had been compressed, his organs rearranged by the constant pressure. When he died, he was half his original height.
Amo's entire body trembled, his feathers standing on end like a frightened pet.
No species would risk war for a single individual like that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make political sense. It doesn't...
But even as he spoke, Amo's body language betrayed his words. He had pulled his arms close to his body, his feathers flat against his skin in a defensive posture that his species adopted when faced with apex predators. The silence that followed Severe's story lingered for a short while. Amo sat frozen, his large blue eyes blinking rapidly.
How?
Amo's voice cracked slightly, and he cleared his throat before continuing.
How is this death world called? I need to know the name, Severe. I need to make sure I never, ever go there by mistake. Can you imagine? What if I took a cargo run and didn't check the destination properly? What if I ended up there?
Severe savored this moment, this genuine reaction of fear and fascination. This is why he liked to drink and tell stories, for that look of complete absorption, that moment when fiction became reality in the listener's mind. He opened his mouth, ready to admit that the Tradarians had never actually told him the name, that he didn't know if the place was real, that it was just another detail lost in the retelling of tales between drunk merchants, when a voice from behind him spoke up. That's Earth. Both Severe and Amo turned sharply toward the voice. Standing beside their booth was a being with soft pinkish skin, dressed in simple clothes that looked like they'd been purchased from any common fabricator. Plain synthetic fiber pants and a shirt with some incomprehensible alien script across the chest. The being was bipedal, roughly Severe's height, with a patch of brown fur on top of his head and small, forward-facing eyes that seemed amused. I apologize for overhearing your conversation, the being continued, pulling up a chair from a nearby empty table and sitting down without invitation. But I just couldn't stay quiet when I heard you two talking about Earth. That's my home. I live there. Severe felt his antennae become tense with irritation. Here was another storyteller, another merchant of tall tales trying to insert himself into Severe's moment. He examined the being more closely, soft-looking, no visible natural weapons, no armor plating, no evidence of the supreme adaptation needed to survive on a death world. This creature looked like it would struggle to survive on a garden world, let alone a planet that could freeze Mercury. "You're from this death world?" Severe asked, not bothering to hide his skepticism. "You're claiming to be from the planet in my story." "Well, we don't call it a death world," the being said with what appeared to be a smile, an expression that revealed small white teeth that didn't look capable of tearing through anything tougher than processed protein paste. "We just call it Earth, and yeah, everything you said is pretty accurate. Though you've got some numbers a bit off. Our gravity is actually about 1.9 times Federation standard, not quite twice. And my people, we're called humans."
You're a human?
Amo gasped, his entire body quivering.
A real human from the death world called Earth? The same one from the story.
Severe wanted to groan. Of course, Amo would immediately believe this stranger. The Trozier would believe anything if it was presented with enough confidence. This was probably some con artist who had overheard enough merchant tales to piece together a convincing story. "That's right," the supposed human said, extending his hand toward Amo in what seemed to be a greeting gesture. "Name's Michael Davis. I'm here on a trade run, actually, bringing some Earth delicacies to sell at the station market."
This is amazing,
Amo exclaimed, eagerly grasping Michael's hand with his own feathered appendage, seemingly unbothered by the direct contact with an alleged death worlder.
Severe, can you believe it? A real human.
"No," Severe said flatly. "I can't believe it, because it's obviously not true."
He turned to Michael, his black eyes narrowing.
"I've been trading stories in bars like this for 30 cycles. Do you know how many beings I've met who claimed to be from mythical worlds, who insisted they were survivors of the void worlds, or descendants of the first travelers, or—"
He gestured dismissively at Michael.
"Humans from the famous death world, Earth."
Michael shrugged, seeming unbothered by Severe skepticism. "I can't blame you for being doubtful. Earth does sound pretty unbelievable when you describe it like that. Though, I have to say, your story made it sound more dramatic than it actually is. We don't really think of ourselves as living on a death world. It's just home."
"Of course it is,"
Severe said sarcastically.
"And I suppose you're going to tell us that you eat neurotoxins for breakfast and wrestle with high gravity for fun."
"Well, I did have coffee this morning," Michael said thoughtfully. "Caffeine is technically a neurotoxin, and I go to the gym regularly, which I guess is voluntary subjecting myself to physical stress under Earth gravity, so yeah." Amo made a small squeaking sound that Severe had learned indicated extreme excitement.
Oh, you really do eat toxins?
"This is ridiculous,"
Severe muttered, then a thought struck him. If this Michael wanted to play games, Severe could play too. And even better, he could use Amo's gullible nature to his advantage.
"All right then, human. If you're really from Earth, you should have no problem proving it."
"Sure," Michael said easily. "What do you have in mind?" Severe's mind raced through possibilities. He needed something that would call his faker's bluff while also entertaining himself, and perhaps earning a few credits in the process.
"Amo, my friend,
You believe this human's claims, don't you?
Absolutely.
Amo chirped without hesitation.
Then you won't mind placing a small wager on it,
Severe suggested, his tone casual.
just to make things interesting.
Well,
Amo hesitated, his feathers ruffling uncertainly.
Come on.
Severe pressed.
If you really believe he's human, what's the risk? I'll even give you excellent odds, 3-1 in your favor.
Michael leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. You're trying to take advantage of your friend's trusting nature?
I'm trying to expose a fraud.
Severe countered.
Unless, of course, you're afraid of being revealed.
What's the test? Michael asked, his expression unreadable. Severe grabbed a menu from the table, flipping to the beverages section. His eyes scanned the list until he found what he was looking for, the section marked with multiple warning symbols. The drinks are required signed waivers and medical clearance for most species.
If you're truly from a death world where beings can consume anything,
Severe said, sliding the menu across the table,
then you should have no problem drinking everything in the restricted section, all of them, together.
Michael picked up the menu, his eyes moving down the list. Coffee, beer, Orion flower juice, and he paused. Luminous algae extract? You want me to drink all of these at once?
Too much for the mighty human,
Severe taunted. Michael's expression shifted to one of mild disgust. It's not that I can't handle them. Coffee and beer are standard Earth drinks. The flower juice is basically just nectar with some mild alkaloids. We have similar things on Earth, and bioluminescent organisms aren't inherently toxic, just weird. But mixing them all together? He shuddered slightly. That's gonna taste absolutely terrible.
Excuses already.
Severe leaned forward, sensing weakness.
That's what I thought. You're just another...
Also, Michael interrupted, I don't usually drink coffee at night. The caffeine makes it hard to sleep, and I've got an early morning tomorrow. Severe almost laughed out loud. This was too perfect. The supposed Death Worlder was worried about his sleep schedule.
So, you're chickening out, admitting you can't do it.
I didn't say that, Michael protested. I'm just saying it's not ideal.
How about this?
Severe proposed, feeling more confident by the second. This was obviously just another storyteller, someone who enjoyed the attention of claiming to be something extraordinary.
I'll pay for all the drinks, and I'll add my own credits to the wager. 50 credits says you can't finish all 4 drinks.
100.
Amo suddenly chimed in, his voice filled with conviction.
100 credits says he can do it.
Severe turned to stare at his friend.
Amo, you don't have to...
I believe him,
Amo said firmly, his blue eyes blazing with determination.
He's a human. He can do it.
Michael looked between them, then sighed.
You know what? Fine.
Maybe it won't taste that bad. I've had worse at college parties. Paused, then added. Though I'm not sure what the exchange rate is between credits and dollars, so I hope I'm not agreeing to anything too expensive. Severe could barely contain his glee as he waved over the bartender, a 6-armed deltroid whose multiple eyes widened in alarm when Severe pointed to the restricted section of the menu.
You want all of these?
The bartender asked, his translator crackling with disbelief.
For consumption. Together.
The bartender's eyes swiveled to focus on Michael.
Sir, I'm required to inform you that these beverages contain compounds that are toxic to 93% of known species. Consuming them in combination has never been tested and could result in immediate organ failure, neurological damage, or death. He knows, Severe said smugly. He claims to be human.
The bartender's entire body went rigid.
Human? From Earth?
Several of his arms started moving in what looked like religious gestures.
Sir, I'll need you to sign a waiver. The establishment cannot be held responsible for any damage resulting from consuming Death Worlder beverages.
Death Worlder beverages? Michael asked, looking amused. Is that really a category?
Page 45 of the menu,
the bartender said, producing a digital pad seemingly from nowhere.
Please read and sign all sections of the waiver.
As Michael read through the waiver, making occasional sounds of amusement, may cause temporal displacement. Really? Severe counted his credits mentally. When this fake human backed out of seeing the legal documentation or collapsed after his first sip, Severe would not only win the bet, but also have a great story about exposing a fraud. The bartender returned with 4 containers, each glowing, steaming, or emanating unusual colors. The coffee was black as space itself, an oily sheen that reflected rainbow patterns. The beer fizzled violently, releasing small sparks of electricity with each bubble that burst. The Orion flower juice was a violent purple that seemed to shift to pink when viewed from different angles, and the luminous algae extract literally glowed with a toxic green light, casting eerie shadows on the table.
Your drinks, sir,
the bartender said, taking several steps back after placing them on the table.
Should I alert medical?
That won't be necessary, Michael said, picking up the coffee first. He sniffed it, wrinkled his nose, then took a large gulp. Severe watched, waiting for the reaction, the gagging, the convulsions, something. Instead, Michael just made a face like he had bitten into something sour.
Okay, that's strong,
Michael said, setting down the cup.
Like, really strong.
Someone quadruple concentrated this. It's like espresso made with espresso instead of water. He picked up the beer next.
This is going to make the combination even worse.
He drank the beer in several long pulls, pausing once to suppress a belch.
Excuse me. The carbonation is intense.
And there's something else.
Capsaicin?
Did someone make spicy beer to market that you sell Earth's food? He shook his head.
That's just wrong.
The Orion flower juice went down next, and this time Michael did shudder.
Oh, that's floral. Intensely floral.
Like someone liquefied an entire garden and added sugar, coating my entire mouth with this weird numbing sensation. Finally, he picked up the glowing algae extract.
And this is going to make everything worse,
he muttered, then downed it in one go. His face went through a series of expressions: surprise, disgust, confusion, and finally resignation.
That,
Michael said slowly, was one of the worst combinations of flavors I've ever experienced. He stuck out his tongue and scraped it with his teeth. The aftertaste is haunting. It's like my mouth can't decide which horrible flavor to focus on, so it's cycling through all of them.
But you drank them,
Amos said triumphantly.
all of them.
Severe stared at Michael, who, apart from looking mildly disgusted, seemed completely unaffected. No trembling, no sweating, no signs of organ failure. Around them, other bar patrons had gathered, watching in amazement.
That's impossible,
Severe said flatly.
The flower juice alone should have paralyzed your nervous system.
Nah, it's just making my tongue feel funny, Michael said, working his jaw. Kind of like when you eat too much pineapple, you know? The enzymes start breaking down the proteins in your mouth.
Ugh, double or nothing,
Severe said suddenly. This had to be some kind of trick. Maybe Michael had taken some kind of universal antitoxin before coming to the bar.
If you're really from a high-gravity death world, you won't mind demonstrating your strength.
How? Michael asked.
Gravity chamber,
Severe said.
This establishment has one in the VIP area. They use it for exercise, physical therapy, that kind of thing. If you're really from Earth, you should be able to handle double the standard gravity easily.
Michael stood up, swaying slightly.
Okay, the drinks are hitting me a little bit, he admitted.
Not the toxins, just that was a lot of liquid, and I think the caffeine and alcohol are arguing with each other in my bloodstream. But sure, let's do the gravity thing. Double standard gravity would actually feel like home.
It's a bet then.
Amos said excitedly, pulling out his credit chip.
Another 100 credits.
Amo, stop,
Severe said, though he was already calculating his own wager.
You're going to lose everything.
I don't think so,
Amo replied with unusual confidence. The VIP section of the bar was separated by a crystalline barrier with security fields. Severe's merchant credentials got them through, and soon they stood before a circular chamber with transparent walls about 3 meters in diameter. The attendant, a spindly insectoid being, asked when Severe explained what they wanted.
Sir, the chamber can reach 6 times standard gravity. That's enough to crush most beings instantly.
We just need double,
Severe said quickly. Actually, Michael said, studying the control panel. What's 6 times standard in Earth gravity?
That would be,
The attendant compounded eyes glittered as he calculated.
approximately 3 times Earth gravity, if the Federation database is accurate.
I could probably handle that for a little while, Michael said thoughtfully. I mean, I'm in decent shape. I work out regularly. Fighter pilots and astronauts train at 3 Gs.
You're insane, Severe said. Even if you are human, that would kill you.
Not kill, Michael corrected, but it wouldn't be comfortable. Nice, he said, his voice coming through the chamber's communication system. This is about the same as Earth's gravity. Feels like nothing at all.
Increase it,
Severe said to the attendant.
2.5 times standard.
The gravity field intensified. Michael's expression became more focused, but he started doing squats. Now we're at about Earth normal, maybe a little over. This is my everyday gravity. Amo was practically vibrating with excitement.
He's doing exercises in gravity that would crush us.
3 times standard.
Severe ordered, his voice cracking slightly. Michael had to brace himself as the gravity increased. Okay, now it's getting heavy. I can feel it in my joints. He took a few careful steps, then did a slow push-up. Yeah, definitely feeling that.
4 times,
Severe whispered.
Sir, I must protest.
The attendant began.
Do it!
Gravity increased again. This time, Michael dropped to one knee, breathing heavily. Okay, this is rough. About double Earth gravity. Everything feels twice as heavy as it should. He slowly stood up, his face reddening with effort. I can stand, but I wouldn't want to stay like this for long.
5 times,
Severe said, ignoring the gasp from the groaning crowd of onlookers.
Sir, I cannot.
I'll sign a waiver, Michael called out from the chamber. I'm curious too. The attendant reluctantly adjusted the controls. Michael immediately dropped to his hands and knees, his arms shaking with effort of holding himself up. Okay, this is approaching my limit, he gasped. Everything weighs almost, I'd say 3 times what I'm used to. My blood feels heavy. My organs are being pulled down. I can maybe do this for a few minutes before something gives.
Turn it off,
Amo said suddenly.
Turn it off. He proved his point.
Severe nodded to the attendant, who quickly powered down the chamber. Michael collapsed onto his back as the gravity returned to normal, breathing heavily, but laughing. That was fun, he said, slowly sitting up. Well, I'm going to be sore tomorrow. Probably should have stretched more first. Severe stared at the human because there was no denying it now. This was definitely a human from Earth, with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Everything he had told as a story, all the merchant tales he had thought were exaggerations, they were real. More than real. The truth was even more impressive than the stories he liked to tell.
You're really from Earth,
he said. Told you, Michael said, accepting Amo's help to stand. He swayed slightly, then steadied himself. Though, between the drinks and the gravity, I might need to sit down a bit. Back at their booth, with Michael sipping water to dilute the truly awful combination of beverages still coating his mouth, Severe found himself in an unusual position, owing credits on a lost bet. So, he said, pulling out his credit chip, I suppose I owe you. Keep it, Michael said, waving him off. I don't even know what the exchange rate is, and honestly, watching your face when I started doing push-ups in triple gravity was payment enough.
But the bet
was made to take advantage of your friend, Michael said, his tone becoming more serious. You knew Amo would believe anything, and you used that to try to make credits off his trusting nature. But I am a human, and you lost. Severe felt his antennae droop with an unfamiliar emotion. Shame. He looked at Amo, who was still staring at Michael with undisguised wonder, apparently unbothered by the fact that he could have lost a significant amount of credits.
Are you angry?
Severe asked Michael. Not angry, the human replied. Just disappointed. Amo seems like a genuinely nice being. He doesn't deserve to be taken advantage of just because he sees the best in people or in stories. He stood up, stretching his back with this turned out to be true. Amo's feathers ruffled with pleasure. Like today.
We met a real human.
Severe stared at his friend, reevaluating everything he thought he knew about the Trozier. Then, making a decision that surprised even himself, he called the bartender over. Everything my friend has consumed tonight, put it on my account.
But Michael said,
Amo began. Michael's not here to hold me accountable anymore, Severe said. This is me choosing to do the right thing. As Amo expressed his gratitude with a series of happy chirps, Severe found his mind wandering to thoughts of his small trading vessel currently docked at the station with a hold full of various foodstuffs from across the galaxy. Foods that he had been struggling to sell because of incompatibility with most species' biochemistry. But humans could eat anything. They actively sought out variety, thrived on the exotic and unusual. A death world that wasn't really a death world, just a place where the most impressive species in the galaxy had evolved to consume, survive, and be happy eating absolutely everything. Amo, he said suddenly, how would you like to go into business together?
business?
Trading. With Earth. I have a ship full of food no one else can eat. And now, I know about a whole planet of beings who would probably pay premium prices for exotic delicacies. Plus, he added with a slight smile, I think they need someone there who won't try to kidnap the locals. Amo's eyes lit up.
We're going to Earth? The Death World?
We're going to Earth, Severe confirmed. Though I don't think we should call it a death world to their faces. They seem to just think of it as a normal planet. As they shook on their new partnership, Severe's smooth hand grasping Amo's feathered one, Severe reflected on how one chance encounter had changed his perspective entirely. The stories were real, the legends were true, and those humans really existed. Severe couldn't wait to see it for himself. And this time, when he returned with stories, they would all be true.
Du-Hyun sat at his desk in the Great Galactic Library, staring at his screen with growing confusion. As a junior archivist, his job was simple: update the database entries for different star systems. It was usually boring work, but today was different. This has to be wrong, he muttered, adjusting his standard issue data glasses. The entry for the Sol system, specifically its third planet, Earth, carried the highest danger rating he had ever seen. Even more strange, it had almost no explanation attached to it. The white walls of his office seemed to close in as he leaned closer to the floating display. Most dangerous planets had long lists explaining why they were classified that way. Some had deadly atmospheres, others had aggressive predators, a few had powerful natural disasters. But Earth's entry just showed 5 red warning symbols, and the words, "Don't even think about it," in bold letters. Do-Hyun checked the system again. Everything else looked normal. A yellow star, 8 planets. Nothing special. He had processed thousands of similar systems this week alone, but none had warnings like this. He decided to ask his superior about it. Walking down the long white corridor, he found Jae-Yun in her office. She was an older archivist who had worked in the library for over 50 years. "Excuse me, senior archivist," Du-Hyun said, bowing slightly. "I found something strange in the database." Jae-Yun looked up from her work, her silver hair neatly arranged in the traditional style of senior archivists. "What is it?" "It's about Earth. The warning level seems wrong. It's higher than even the deadly gas giants in the Proxima system." Jae-Yun's face changed immediately. Her usual calm expression turned serious. "Earth, you should leave that entry alone." "But why?" "There's no explanation. It doesn't make sense. It's just a planet with basic life forms." Jae-Yun stood up and closed her office door. "Listen carefully, Du-Hyun. Some things in the database are classified this way for good reasons. Earth is one of them. But as archivists, isn't it our job to make sure information is correct and complete? Sometimes, keeping information minimal is the safest choice." Jae-Yun sat back down and began working again, clearly wanting to end the conversation. Du-Hyun returned to his office. but he couldn't focus. His training taught him that proper documentation was essential. Every classification needed clear reasons. It was a basic rule of the Great Library. Making sure no one was watching, he started searching deeper in the database. He had high-level access as an archivist, even if he was junior. There had to be more information somewhere. He found his first clue in an old report. It was marked as highly classified, but his access allowed him to read it. The report mentioned a research ship that visited Earth about 50 years ago. The ship was one of the most advanced in the galaxy. It never returned. As he dug deeper, he found more strange reports. Stories about Earth that didn't make sense. Advanced alien species avoiding the planet. Warning messages from different civilizations. All of them seemed afraid of this one, seemingly ordinary world. Do Hyun saved everything he found to his personal device. He knew he should probably stop looking. Jae-yun's warning was clear, but his curiosity was too strong. Something big had happened with Earth, something that scared even the most powerful species in the galaxy. As he prepared to leave for the day, his screen suddenly showed a new message. Someone had accessed his search history. They knew what he had been looking for. The message was simple: report to the High Council tomorrow morning. Bring your findings about Earth. Do Hyun sat back in his chair, his heart beating fast. In all his years as an archivist, he had never been called to the High Council. Nobody at his level ever was. He looked at Earth's entry one more time. "Don't even think about it," glowed brightly on his screen. Now he wondered if he should have followed that advice. Captain Hejun stood proudly on the bridge of the Stellar Explorer, the most advanced warship in the Galactic Fleet. The year was 2157, and his mission was simple: make first contact with Earth. No one expected any problems. After all, Earth was just beginning to explore its own solar system. "Captain, we are approaching Earth's moon," reported his navigation officer. "Their primitive scanning systems haven't detected us yet." Hejun smiled. His ship had the best cloaking technology in the galaxy. Even advanced civilizations couldn't detect it. These humans, with their basic space stations and chemical rockets, had no chance of seeing them coming. "Begin the standard first contact procedure," Hejun ordered. "Let's show them how vast the galaxy really is." The Stellar Explorer moved closer to Earth, its massive hull reflecting the sun's light. It was bigger than anything humans had ever built in space. The ship carried enough weapons to conquer a small solar system, though they were only for defense. The Galactic Council never started fights. "Sir, we're picking up some strange signals," the sensor operator said. "They seem to be coming from Earth's surface." Hejun wasn't worried. Probably their primitive communication systems. Nothing to worry about. Suddenly, all the ship's alarms started ringing. Red lights flashed everywhere. "Captain, multiple objects approaching at high speed." The sensor operator's voice was filled with fear. "They're coming from hidden bases on the moon." Hejun couldn't believe it. The humans weren't supposed to have anything on the moon. His crew had checked carefully before approaching. "Show me." The main screen displayed several small ships rushing toward them. They looked simple, almost crude compared to the Stellar Explorer, but they were fast, much faster than they should be. "They can't harm us," Hejun said confidently. "Our shields can stop anything." The human ships fired their weapons. They were simple missiles, powered by chemical engines. The crew of the Stellar Explorer actually laughed. Such basic weapons couldn't possibly. The first missile hit, then another, and another. The mighty shields of the Stellar Explorer, which could stop energy weapons and plasma blasts, had a fatal weakness. They were designed to block advanced weapons, not the simple kinetic force of chemical explosions. "Shields failing," someone shouted. "These primitives are using some kind of nuclear devices." Hejun couldn't understand what was happening. How did the humans know they were coming? How did they build those moon bases without anyone noticing? Why did their simple weapons work so well? "Send a message to the Galactic Council," he ordered. Tell them we were wrong about Earth." More missiles hit the ship. Systems started failing. The proud Stellar Explorer, pride of the galactic fleet, was being defeated by a species that hadn't even reached Mars yet. "Sir, they're sending us a message," the communication officer said, surprised. "Play it," He Jun ordered. A calm human voice filled the bridge. "Attention, alien vessel. This is Earth Defense Command. Your presence has been monitored since you entered our solar system. Your weapons are tracked. Your shields are failing. Retreat immediately or be destroyed. This is your only warning." He Jun gave the order to retreat. As the damaged Stellar Explorer limped away from Earth, he recorded his final mission log. "First contact with Earth has failed. We severely underestimated them. They have hidden capabilities far beyond their apparent technology level. Most concerning is not their weapons, but their preparation. They knew we were coming. They were ready. Earth is not a primitive world discovering space. It is a fortress, waiting for us. The Galactic Council must be warned." The Stellar Explorer made it back to Council space, but the damage was severe. The most advanced ship in the galaxy had been defeated by what everyone thought was a primitive species. When He Jun presented his report to the Council, they made their first entry in Earth's file. "Approach with extreme caution." It was the beginning of Earth's reputation in the galaxy, but it was only the beginning. Sang Mei stood before the Galactic Council, her research notes floating in front of her. As a xenoanthropologist, she had studied many species across the galaxy, but none had confused her like humans. "Honorable Council members," she began, "my team has completed our study of human biology and psychology. Our findings are concerning." The Council chamber was silent. After the first contact incident, everyone wanted to understand more about humans. Sang Mei's research had taken 5 years, analyzing human data from a safe distance. "First, let me explain human physical capabilities," she continued. "Humans appear weak compared to many species. They cannot fly. They have no natural weapons. Their muscles are not particularly strong, but they have one trait that makes them unique. They never stop." She showed videos of human athletic events, marathon runners continuing for hours, swimmers crossing vast oceans, climbers scaling mountains without equipment. "Most species in the galaxy evolved to conserve energy," Sang Mei explained. "They rest when tired. They stop when hurt. Humans do not. They keep going even when their bodies tell them to stop. We have never seen anything like it." One council member interrupted, "But surely their bodies have limits." "That is another strange thing," Sang Mei replied. "Humans can survive injuries that would kill most species. They heal in ways we don't understand. Their bodies adapt to almost any condition." She showed more data. Humans living in extreme cold and heat. Humans surviving terrible accidents. Humans recovering from injuries that should be fatal. "But physical traits are only part of the story," Sang Mei continued. "Their minds are even more remarkable. Humans have an ability we've never seen before. They imagine things that don't exist, and then they make them real." The council chamber filled with murmurs. This was not a normal trait among species. Other species invent things based on need. Humans invent things simply because they can imagine them. They create stories about impossible things, and then they work until these impossible things become possible. Sang Mei showed examples. Ancient human stories about flying machines, written long before airplanes existed. Tales of space travel from before they had rockets. Stories of devices that could talk to each other across vast distances, written centuries before their internet. "And there is one more thing," Sang Mei said quietly, "something that truly sets them apart. Humans become stronger when threatened." She explained how most species became weaker under pressure. They made mistakes when scared, but humans, they became more focused, more determined, more dangerous. We found records of human military units continuing to fight even when completely surrounded, of injured humans protecting others despite their wounds, of small groups defeating much larger forces through sheer determination. The council was silent again, but now it was a worried silence. My conclusion is this: humans are not powerful because of their technology or their strength. They are powerful because they do not accept limitations. When we tell them something is impossible, they take it as a challenge. When we try to stop them, they push harder. Sang Mei finished her presentation with a final warning. If the galaxy tries to contain humans, they will resist. If we try to control them, they will break free. And if we try to fight them, she paused, they will fight back harder than any species we have ever encountered. After she finished, the council immediately upgraded Earth's danger classification. They added a new note to the file. Human determination levels exceed all known parameters. Conflict not recommended. As Sang Mei left the chamber, she thought about everything she had learned about humans. She was glad they were far away from her home world. But she also wondered what amazing things they might achieve if the galaxy gave them a chance instead of fearing them. Taiwan had never felt comfortable in the military archives. As a diplomatic officer, he preferred peaceful solutions. But the council had given him an important task: study Earth's military history. He needed to understand how humans fought their wars. The archive room was dark and quiet. Taiwan sat at his desk, surrounded by historical records from Earth. What he found made him more uneasy with each passing hour. "Computer, show me human weapons development," he commanded. The screen in front of him filled with images. He started taking notes. In just 300 years, he wrote, humans went from simple gunpowder weapons to nuclear bombs. No other species has advanced so quickly. But it wasn't just the speed that worried him. It was how humans thought about weapons. Every peaceful discovery they made somehow became a tool for war. He found records of human scientists who discovered radiation while trying to help sick people. Within years, they had built atomic bombs. They invented computers to solve math problems, then used them to guide missiles. They studied germs to cure diseases, then learned how to make biological weapons. Most concerning, he wrote in his report, is their habit of turning everyday items into weapons. They take simple tools and make them dangerous. Even their games teach them about war. Taiwan watched videos of human children playing strategy games. Building blocks became fortress walls. Simple toys became pretend weapons. Even their sports looked like battle training. They are always preparing, he wrote, always thinking about how to fight better, even when they are at peace. He found something else strange. Humans kept detailed records of their wars, but not to celebrate victories. They studied their mistakes. They learned from their defeats. Each loss made them stronger. Computer, show me Earth's current military technology, he ordered. The screen showed modern human weapons. They were not as advanced as galactic weapons, but they were different, unpredictable. Humans didn't follow normal patterns of weapon design. Taiwan remembered something his teacher once said. Advanced species build elegant weapons. Humans build effective ones. He found examples of this everywhere. While other species made complex energy shields, humans simply made their armor thicker. While others built sophisticated targeting systems, humans made weapons that didn't need careful aim. They preferred simple solutions that couldn't easily fail. Near the end of his research, Taiwan found recordings of human soldiers training. They were practicing fighting against advanced alien technology. The humans hadn't met aliens yet, but they were already preparing for that fight. Final conclusion, he wrote in his report. Humans do not think about war the way other species do. They do not wait for threats to appear. They imagine every possible threat and prepare for it. They turn everything they learn into a potential weapon. Most importantly, they never stop improving their abilities to fight. He sent his report to the council with one last note. Recommend extreme caution in any military action against Earth. Humans do not fight to win. They fight to make sure their enemies never want to fight them again. That evening, Taiwan left the archives feeling troubled. He had studied many species' military histories before. But humans were different. They didn't see war as glorious or honorable. They saw it as a problem to solve. And humans, he had learned, were very good at solving problems. The council read his report the next day. They added another warning to Earth's file. Military capability exceeds apparent technology level. Extreme caution advised. Security analyst Minna frowned at her screens in the Galactic Defense Center. She had spent months investigating a disturbing pattern. Failed invasion attempts of Earth. Each case revealed something that made the planet even more dangerous than previously thought. The first case was from the Stellar Federation, an advanced civilization that had tried to establish a secret base on Mars. They had planned to study Earth from there. Minna pulled up their final report. Base construction proceeded as planned, she read aloud. Then Earth's primitive satellites changed direction. They detected our presence despite our advanced cloaking technology. Within days, human spacecraft approached Mars. They had no right to have such capabilities. We abandoned the base before they arrived. Minna noted how quickly humans had spotted the intruders. But the next case worried her even more. The Centauri Alliance had attempted a small invasion of Earth's Arctic region, believing it too remote for humans to defend. The humans knew we were coming, the Centauri report stated. They had built hidden bases under the ice. Their weapons were primitive but effective. Most concerning, they recovered pieces of our damaged ships. Within months, they had copied some of our technology. We cannot risk another encounter. That pattern kept repeating. Every species that attacked Earth left behind pieces of advanced technology. The humans studied each piece and learned from it. They didn't just copy the technology. They improved it, finding new ways to use it that the original inventors hadn't considered. Minna opened another file. This time, it was a failed attempt to infiltrate human military bases. The report was barely 2 paragraphs long. Humans have designed their military systems to be impossible to control remotely. They use simple, manual controls that our advanced technology cannot interface with. They are not primitive. They are deliberately making their technology hard to hijack. She leaned back in her chair, thinking about what she had discovered. Other species tried to make their technology more advanced. Humans made their technology more reliable. Other species aimed for elegant solutions. Humans prepared for everything to go wrong. The most recent case was the most frightening. A highly advanced species had tried to disable Earth's defenses with a computer virus. The humans not only stopped the attack, they traced it back to its source. They sent a reply message that made the alien civilization's leaders very nervous. Nice try. We've learned a lot from your code. Thanks for the lessons. Minna wrote her final report for the council. Each attempt to subdue Earth has made them stronger. They learn from every attack. They adapt faster than any species we have encountered. Most importantly, they remember everything. They use every encounter to prepare for the next one. She added a personal note at the end. Earth's apparent technological level is deceiving. They appear less advanced than they are because they choose to be. They prefer technology they can rely on over technology that merely looks impressive. We must assume they are more capable than they appear. The council chamber was silent as they read her report. One council member finally spoke. How many invasion attempts have failed? At least 15, Minna replied. Those are only the ones we know about. There might be more, species that failed so badly they were too embarrassed to report it. The council updated Earth's file again. The new warning was simple but clear. This species becomes more dangerous with each attempted invasion. Direct conflict will result in rapid technological advancement by human forces. Avoid all hostile actions. As Minna left the council chamber, she wondered what other surprises Earth had in store. One thing was certain. Anyone who tried to attack Earth wouldn't just fail. They would make humanity even stronger than before. The Grand Council chamber had never been so full. Representatives from every major galactic civilization had gathered for an emergency session. Council member Yungai stood at the central podium, his formal robes gleaming under the chamber's lights. Honorable members of the Council, he began, we must discuss Earth's classification. Recent events have shown that our current approach is insufficient. The chamber's massive screens displayed all the collected data about Earth. Failed invasion attempts, surprising technological advances, unusual biological capabilities. Each report painted a clearer picture of humanity's potential threat. We have three options, Yoon-ge continued. First, we could attempt to contain Earth. Second, we could try to guide their development. Third, we could leave them completely alone. A representative from the Stellar Federation stood up. Containment is impossible. They would detect any barriers we build. We learned that lesson on Mars. Guidance has also proven difficult, added another council member. They advance in unexpected ways. They take our simplest technologies and find military applications we never imagined. Yoon-ge nodded. This brings me to my main concern. Earth's development is not following normal patterns. When most species reach space, they seek trade and cultural exchange. Humans are different. They prepare for war. He showed images of Earth's space stations. They looked peaceful, but careful analysis revealed hidden weapon systems. Their satellites appeared to be for communication, but could quickly become weapons platforms. Most concerning is their rate of advancement, Yoon-ge explained. In the time we have watched them, they have solved problems that took other species centuries to figure out. They do not follow the expected path of technological development. The chamber erupted in worried discussion. One delegate asked, are they a threat to galactic peace? Yoon-ge considered his answer carefully. They could be, but they could also become valuable allies. Humans have qualities we have never seen before. They compete fiercely among themselves, yet unite instantly against outside threats. They wage terrible wars, yet show remarkable kindness. They destroy their environment, yet work tirelessly to save it. He displayed more data. Their greatest strength is not their weapons or their technology. It is their ability to imagine possibilities. When they face a problem, they do not try one solution. They try every solution they can think of, all at once. They call this innovation. The council members watched in silence as Yoon-ge showed examples of human innovation. Problems that had taken other species multiple generations to solve, humans had solved in decades. Not because they were smarter, but because they tried thousands of different approaches simultaneously. My recommendation is this, Yoon-ge said firmly. We should classify Earth as a do not engage zone. Not because they are hostile, but because any interaction with them could have unexpected consequences. They learn too quickly. They adapt too well. They turn every encounter, peaceful or hostile, into an opportunity to become stronger. The council voted. The decision was unanimous. Earth's classification would be upgraded to the highest level of caution. The official recommendation would be simple. Don't even think about it. As the session ended, Yoon-ge added one final note to Earth's file. This species represents both the greatest potential threat and the greatest potential ally our civilization has ever encountered. Their future development will significantly impact the galaxy. Treat with extreme caution. The council members left the chamber that day with mixed feelings. They had just classified an entire planet as too dangerous to approach. Yet many of them couldn't help but admire humanity's unique qualities. They just hoped those qualities would be used for peace rather than war when humans finally joined the galactic community. The Galactic Council's security system was considered perfect. No unauthorized ship could pass through the defensive barriers. No unknown vessel could approach the council station. The system had worked flawlessly for over 1,000 years. Until today, the alert sirens broke the usual calm of the council station. Security Chief Bonhwa rushed to the control center, his face pale with worry. Report, he commanded. Sir, an unknown ship just appeared inside our defense perimeter, his officer replied. It's impossible. They didn't break through our shields. They just appeared, as if they had always been there. The ship was small by galactic standards. It was clearly of human design, with none of the elegant curves that marked advanced galactic vessels. Instead, it looked functional, almost simple. "Incoming transmission," announced the communication officer. The main screen activated. A human stood there, wearing a simple dark suit. He smiled politely at the camera. "Greetings," he said. "I am Ambassador Jinwoo from Earth. We request permission to dock." The control room fell silent. Earth wasn't supposed to have ships capable of reaching the Council station. They weren't supposed to know the station existed. Yet here they were. Security Chief Bonhua followed protocol and contacted the Council. Within minutes, an emergency session convened. The human ship waited patiently, floating just outside the station. "How did they find us?" one Council member asked. "How did they get through our defenses?" Ambassador Jinwoo's voice came through again, still perfectly calm. "If you're wondering about your defenses, we found 7 different ways to bypass them. We chose the method that would cause the least disruption to your systems. We believe in being polite." The Council members looked at each other in shock. The humans hadn't just defeated their security. They had found multiple ways to do it and chosen the most courteous option. Finally, they granted permission to dock. Ambassador Jinwoo walked into the Council chamber alone, without guards. He carried no visible weapons. His smile remained polite and friendly. "Honorable members of the Council," he began, "Earth has known about your presence for some time. We have monitored your observations of our planet. We have studied the remains of various attempted incursions into our solar system. We have learned much." The Council chamber remained silent as Jinwoo continued. "We understand your concerns about Earth. We know you find us unpredictable and potentially dangerous. But we wish to offer a simple choice. We can be either your greatest allies or your worst nightmare. The decision is yours." One Council member found their voice. "Is that a threat, Ambassador?" Jinwoo's smile didn't waver. "Not at all. It's an observation. Earth seeks peaceful cooperation with the galactic community. We have much to offer, but we will not be controlled, contained, or limited. We have proven this several times already, I believe." He placed a small device on the Council table. It projected a hologram showing various human achievements that the Council didn't know about. Technological advances they had kept hidden. Defensive capabilities they had never revealed. "This is a small demonstration of what we can do," Jinwoo explained. "We prefer to use our abilities for peace and progress. But we will defend ourselves if necessary. The choice of how to proceed is yours." The Council understood the message clearly. The humans were not asking for permission to join the galactic community. They were announcing their presence and offering friendship, while demonstrating they didn't actually need the Council's approval. As Ambassador Jinwoo left the chamber that day, he left behind a very different Council. They had thought they were deciding Earth's fate. Instead, Earth had come to decide its own path in the galaxy. Do-hyun sat at his desk in the Great Galactic Library, just as he had when this story began. But now he had a different task: writing Earth's final classification entry. The Council had given him this responsibility after his initial discovery led to all these revelations. He looked at his screen, fingers hovering over the input panel. How could he summarize everything they had learned about humans? How could he explain why Earth deserved its unique classification? "Junior Archivist," a voice called. Do-hyun looked up to see Jae-hyun, his superior, entering his office. "The Council requires the new classification entry today." Do-hyun nodded. "I understand, but I want to make sure it's complete. We can't risk another misunderstanding about Earth's capabilities." He began to write, choosing his words carefully. The entry needed to be clear enough for anyone to understand, yet detailed enough to convey the full importance of the warning. Species classification: human, Earth. Threat level: maximum. Status: active engagement prohibited. Special designation: don't even think about it. Do-hyun paused, then continued with the detailed explanation. Earth represents a unique case in galactic classification. While their current technology appears less advanced than many spacefaring civilizations, their development pattern defies standard models. Key characteristics include 1. Unprecedented adaptation speed. Humans learn from every encounter, hostile or peaceful, and rapidly implement improvements to their technology and strategies. 2. Innovative problem solving. Humans approach challenges from multiple angles simultaneously, leading to unexpected solutions and rapid advancement. 3. Psychological resilience. When faced with superior force or technology, humans become more determined rather than submitting. 4. Hidden capabilities. Earth maintains significant technological and military capabilities beyond their apparent development level. Warning. Any hostile action against Earth will result in immediate defensive response, rapid technological advancement, long-term strategic consequences, potential unified human resistance. Jia-Yun rayed over his shoulder. You should add something about diplomatic contact, she suggested. Do-Hyun nodded and added another section. Diplomatic advisory. Earth has demonstrated both the ability and willingness to engage in peaceful relations. However, they have also shown they cannot be coerced or controlled. Diplomatic approach must be based on mutual respect and equal standing. Recommended protocol. No military action. No technological restrictions. No attempted containment. Direct diplomatic engagement only. Treat as equal partner regardless of apparent technology level. As Do-Hyun finished the entry, he remembered how this had started. A simple database anomaly had led to the discovery of humanity's true nature. Now he understood why the original entry had been so brief. Sometimes, the shortest warnings were the most important. He added one final note. This classification is not based on current human capabilities, but on their demonstrated potential for rapid advancement and adaptation. Any species considering interaction with Earth should ask themselves one question. Are you prepared for humans to learn from that interaction and potentially surpass you? If the answer is no, refer to primary classification. Don't even think about it. Do-Hyun submitted the entry. The database accepted it immediately, updating Earth's file across the galaxy. From now on, any species accessing information about Earth would receive this clear warning about humanity's unique nature. Well done, Jia-Yun said, reading the final version. You've managed to explain why Earth is dangerous without making humans sound like enemies. Because they're not enemies, Do-Hyun replied. They're just human. And that's exactly what makes them so remarkable. The entry glowed on his screen, its warning clear to all who would read it. Earth had earned its place in galactic records not through conquest or technology, but by simply being unlike anything the galaxy had seen before.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnur's reputation was infamous within the academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exam, so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnur raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination, Zilnur intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. Begin. Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before, mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out three-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional three-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zilnur, whose 3 black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zilnur's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zilnur's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zelnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zelnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict: 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zelnor's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zelnor's three eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged, 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zelnor finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zelnor echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet, you claim it was not complicated." Stanley gave a small shrug. "The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious." Zelnor's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, Understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. Actually makes sense, he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations by, "But that contradicts every model we've been taught," another voice protested from the back of the room. "How can something this simple work?" The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zillner raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. "You are implying," Zillner said slowly, "that our academy's methodologies are flawed." Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief, he had expected questions, but he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. "I'm saying," Stanley said carefully, "that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems." Zillner exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You are aware of what you are suggesting?" Stanley nodded. "I am." For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillner turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. "Professor Zellnor," the voice said, calm yet commanding, "explain this disturbance." Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zellnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. "Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes." The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. "That is not possible." Zillnor remained still. "The verification system has confirmed his solution." A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted, locking onto Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice measured. "Step forward." Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes?" "Yes, sir," Stanley replied. "And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed?" Stanley exhaled. "I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes." Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zellnor. "Professor," he said, "send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall." Zillnor inclined his head again. "Understood, Chancellor." The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Axilnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered, thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zillner remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zillnor the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. "The Chancellor has summoned you." Zillnor inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice even but carrying a weight of authority. "You will accompany me." A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. Understood. Without another word, Zillnor turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zillnor led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a breathtaking view of the binary stars orbiting in the distance. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zillnor came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last, "you are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial." Zillnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. "We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However," he paused, his gaze sharpening, That is a dangerous path. Stanley's jaw tightened. Dangerous how? The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target. The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear? Stanley nodded. Yes, sir. The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. Good. Professor Zillner will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed. Zillner gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zillner finally spoke. You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker, he said, his voice quiet yet firm. I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet. Stanley met his gaze. I understand enough. Zillner's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. Then I suggest you prepare yourself, Zillner said, because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged. With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty. This was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zillner stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zillner turned sharply. You understand the weight of what has begun, Zillner said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. I do. Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion. Zillner moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board, Zillner continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor. Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zillner observed him for a long moment before speaking again. You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason. Stanley exhaled. Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models. Zillner's three eyes darkened. Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries. Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged, this time an array of names. "These are the senior members of the Academic Council," Zilnor explained. "They will be overseeing your review process." Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zilnor's tone sharpened. "Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition." The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. "I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong." Zilnor's mandibles twitched. "Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human." Stanley's jaw clenched. "Then I'll have to be ready for him." The professor studied him carefully. "Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion." Stanley frowned. "A trial? I thought this was an academic review." "In theory, it is," Zilnor said. "In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you." Stanley exhaled slowly, letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zilnor turned away from the projection. "Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own." Stanley met his gaze evenly. "Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me." For the first time, Zilnor's expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. "Good," the professor said. "Then we begin preparation immediately." The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zilnor pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked. The hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room. The way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable, The Chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Zilnor stood at the periphery, allowed to observe but not to intervene. Halvorn sat near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him, his gaze sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halvorn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halvorn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment, not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof onto him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. I agree, he said, his voice steady. Which is why I propose a live test. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Explain. Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Loran Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk. Stanley didn't blink. Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves. A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the Chancellor nodded. Very well. The live test will proceed. Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. Let it be done then. The trial was over, but the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected, 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%, no adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the eighth correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18% more fuel than necessary under the old model. The data was indisputable. When the results were presented to the Council, there was no argument left to be made. The Chancellor stood before the Assembly. The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols. Calvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. "You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker," Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "Then let's make sure we don't stop here." The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster, and for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable.
Imagine a species so arrogant, so absurdly overconfident, that it launched an unprovoked planetary assault based entirely on a clerical error. Now imagine they did it before breakfast. Admiral Planax 9 stood at the bridge of the Galactic Dominion's flagship, the irrefutable Victory, which had never actually won a battle, but had a great PR department. He stared at the glowing screen in front of him and announced with the certainty of someone who once got a perfect score on a multiple-choice test entirely by guessing, "We invade at dawn." There was a pause. One of his officers, a jittery creature named Slurpax, who looked like a jellyfish trapped in a vending machine, raised a tentacle. "Sir, is this planet really uninhabited?" Planax didn't even blink. "Of course it is. The file says so right here. Planet designation Earth, mild terrain. Primitive vegetation, zero intelligent life." Had he read the rest of the file, or really any of it, he might have noticed the bold red warning that said, "Under no circumstances should you go there. Ever." But alas, the Admiral had skipped straight to the part that said average surface temperature, pleasant, and so the invasion began. With dramatic music blaring from onboard speakers, because Planax insisted on theatrical flair, the fleet approached Earth with the grace of a drunk giraffe trying to tap dance. Stealth mode was activated, although it mostly just dimmed the interior lights and made the crew walk into walls. By 7:43 a.m., Earth time, the first dropships were already in the atmosphere. The target, a peaceful suburban neighborhood in the middle of Wisconsin. The expected response, mass panic, desperate resistance, heroic last stands. The actual response, a middle-aged man in a bathrobe stepping onto his porch, seeing a massive alien craft descend into his garden and muttering, must be Tuesday." The man was later identified as Carl. Carl had lived through 4 divorces, 3 tornadoes, and once accidentally set his own eyebrows on fire with a barbecue lighter. A spaceship landing in his begonias barely registered. The alien troops disembarked in full armor, armed with plasma rifles and ready for glory. They were immediately attacked by a small dog named Pickles. Pickles was 12 pounds of pure hostility and managed to chew through a soldier's foot before being distracted by a garden gnome. Meanwhile, back aboard the flagship, Planax sipped his ceremonial conquest tea and smiled. "Textbook operation," he said. Moments later, a report came in. The invaders had been pelted with garden hoses, folding chairs, and something called banana cream pie. A tactical unit was taken hostage inside a bowling alley and forced to participate in League Night. Planax frowned. What kind of weapons are these? Slurpax hesitated. Sir, I think we landed on a populated planet. Impossible, Planax shouted, his eyes twitching in unison. The system is labeled Earth. That doesn't even sound threatening. Slurpax pulled up a grainy video feed. It showed a man in shorts yelling at a goose, a teenager dancing badly in front of a gas station, and a woman screaming at a toaster, all within 30 seconds. The Admiral stared. These are the dominant species? Apparently, yes, Slurpax whispered, and I believe they're armed with sarcasm. Then came the transmission, a scrambled audio signal from the surface. He turned up the volume just in time to hear, "Yo, if y'all are here to take over, can you do it after the Packers game?" Silence. Planax slowly turned back to his tea, took a long, thoughtful sip. "We may have made a small tactical error." Admiral Planax IX had seen many things in his long and questionably decorated career. He'd once watched an entire moon implode after someone sneezed on the wrong control panel. He'd personally led the invasion of a gas giant that turned out to be a balloon for a children's space festival. But nothing could have prepared him for Carl. Carl, wearing socks with sandals and drinking black coffee that tasted like burnt despair, had now somehow become the most powerful obstacle to the galactic dominion in 200 years. Not because he was particularly smart or strong, or even remotely aware of what was happening, but because Carl did not care. Carl was the human equivalent of a shrug, and the invaders didn't know how to handle that. Back on the ground, the alien squad was trying to regroup after the incident with the bowling alley. Commander Bloopnark, who had earned 17 medals for valor and one for accidentally destroying a vending machine during peace talks, was currently hiding inside a portable toilet. He was not proud of it. Outside, his soldiers were attempting to decipher Earth's communication systems. They tuned into what they believed was a distress signal. Turns out it was a morning radio show where two hosts argued about pancakes for 45 minutes, followed by an ad for something called foot fungus cream. "Is this a warning?" one trooper asked. Another shook his head. "I think it's some kind of ritual." Meanwhile, a local teenager named Jenna had already taken a selfie with one of the aliens, added heart emojis, and posted it with the caption, "Met a space frog this morning." 10/10 vibes. Within minutes, the photo had gone viral. Suddenly, Earth wasn't under attack, it was trending. The alien soldiers were quickly swarmed by curious humans, mostly armed with smartphones and questions like, "Do you guys believe in horoscopes?" and "Can you fix my Wi-Fi?" One alien was dragged into a debate about cryptocurrency. Another was forced to watch a 5-minute video on how to make lasagna using only a microwave and tears. Back aboard the ship, Planax was slowly coming undone. "They're not fighting back," he barked. "No, sir," Slurpax replied, watching live footage of 2 soldiers being pulled into a Zumba class. "They appear to be integrating." Planax stared at the screen. One of his troopers was now wearing sunglasses and holding a smoothie. "Why are they smiling?" "Sir, permission to speak freely?" "Granted. I don't think these humans know they're being invaded." Planax blinked. "Then what do they think is happening?" Slurpax hesitated. "A public relations stunt, possibly for a new soda." This gave Planax a headache so powerful it caused 3 of his teeth to send resignation letters. Desperate for a show of force, he ordered a flyover of a major city. The fleet passed over Las Vegas. What they assumed would be a terrifying demonstration of alien dominance was mistaken for a new Cirque du Soleil act. The crowd applauded. Someone threw glitter. Even worse, the Admiral's personal attack drone was accidentally signed to a 6-month contract at a local casino as a backup dancer. Meanwhile, Earth's official response came from a temporary spokesperson named Darren, who had only been chosen because he happened to be near the phone when it rang. Darren, an intern for the Department of Mild Emergencies, answered the call with, "Hey, thanks for visiting. We hope you're enjoying the planet. Would you like a coupon?" Back on the flagship, Planax was pacing in tight, angry circles. "We tried to conquer a planet," he muttered, "and they offered us discounts." Worse still, his crew had started to adapt. Slurpax had discovered reality TV and refused to leave his quarters. The ship's weapons officer, Glab, had bought a skateboard online and was practicing ollies in the engine bay. Even the ship's AI had changed its voice to sound like a game show host. Planax snapped. "No more pretending. They will understand they are being conquered." But just as he activated the global override to deliver a proper invasion message, he was interrupted by a transmission from a human named Rita, who worked at a call center and had somehow rerouted their entire comms system. "Hi there," she chirped. "Before we proceed, can I interest you in a limited-time offer on long-distance data bundles?" Planax screamed into the void. At precisely 9:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the United Nations Emergency Response Committee gathered for an urgent video call. There was only one problem. Nobody believed it was actually an emergency. The official summary of the situation, hastily emailed by a technician named Gary, read, "Possible alien invasion. Also, Carl is trending." Half the representatives joined late. One was in pajamas. Another thought it was a test drill and brought snacks. The chairwoman, Eleanor Greaves, a woman who had once diffused an international crisis by sighing loudly, adjusted her glasses and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is this real?" Gary, who had been forcibly promoted to Earth's de facto alien liaison, nodded solemnly. "We have video confirmation, and one of the aliens is now on TikTok dancing with a golden retriever." There was a pause. "Is it a threat?" someone asked. Gary shrugged. "Honestly, I'm not sure, but the dog looks happy." Meanwhile, the alien troops were still trying to regroup after their failed attempt at shock and awe. Unfortunately, they'd landed in what Earthlings referred to as the Midwest, a zone where friendliness is both weaponized and mandatory. One squad attempted to secure a perimeter around a hardware store. Instead, they were invited to a barbecue by a retired bus driver named Hank. Hank didn't care where they were from. He just wanted help flipping ribs and someone to listen to his opinions about weather patterns. One alien, designated Unit 42B, tried to explain they were a highly trained assault unit. "Sure, buddy," Hank said, handing him a plate. "Now try the potato salad." Back aboard the Irrefutable Victory, Admiral Planax 9 was going through all 5 stages of denial at once. His warboard, previously filled with tactical projections and orbital assault plans, had been taken over by a pop-up ad for colon cleanse in 7 easy steps that no one could figure out how to close. The alien crew was unraveling. One of the engineers had built a shrine to a local weather presenter. Another had started writing Earth-style romance novels under the pseudonym Lady Moonbiscuit. Even the fleet's elite security droid had joined a bowling league and refused to return fire on account of having found inner peace. Planax called an emergency meeting. "We are the conquerors," he shouted, "not the conquered." Silence. Then Glab, still holding his skateboard, raised a claw. "Sir, have you tasted the thing they call nacho cheese?" The Admiral turned a violent shade of purple. Meanwhile, humanity's official response continued its descent into absurdity. Brenda, the receptionist at a minor satellite office of Earth's Space Defense Initiative, which mostly handled Wi-Fi outages on the moon, was now tasked with composing Earth's first diplomatic message to the invading force. Her draft read, "Dear sirs, madams, or tentacled overlords, welcome to Earth. Please be advised that Thursdays are recycling days." It was accidentally sent. The aliens received it. Some found it charming. Others were confused. One soldier framed it. Back on the ground, alien units trying to occupy a shopping mall were captured and detained by mall security. Not military, not police, just Dave, a 56-year-old man with a flashlight and a dream. Dave had once stopped a teenager from stealing a hat. Now he had personally disarmed an alien warlord by asking if they had a receipt. Commander Bloopnark, still recovering emotionally from the bowling incident, was called in to extract his troops. But instead of a battle, he was confronted by a woman in a tracksuit who thought he was a lost cosplayer. She took him by the arm, said, "Come on, sweetie," and led him to a yoga class. He has not been seen since. And through it all, Admiral Planax watched, seething. How did this planet survive long enough to develop space-grade microwaves and yet fail to understand an intergalactic invasion? Slurpax cautiously entered the room holding a tray. "Sir, I brought you something called cinnamon swirls. I thought it might help." Planax opened his mouth to yell, then paused, took a bite. There was a long silence. "This is the single greatest thing I've ever tasted." Slurpax nodded. "Apparently they eat it for breakfast, on purpose." Planax stared out the window. Earth turned slowly beneath them, glowing with potential and confusion. A planet armed not with lasers nor armies, but with carbs, chaos, and an unshakable resistance to taking anything seriously. They hadn't invaded a death world. They had invaded a buffet with a personality disorder. 3 days into the invasion, the Galactic Dominion forces had achieved exactly 0 of their objectives. They had not subdued the humans, seized their infrastructure, or even located a central government building that wasn't closed for lunch. What they had done was develop several unhealthy addictions and accidentally form a jazz trio. It began with a reconnaissance bot named Blink-7, whose job was to monitor human communication channels. After scrolling through 20 hours of social media, the bot refused to return to duty. Instead, it began uploading motivational quote graphics and arguing about astrology in the comments. From there, it escalated. A young alien soldier named Krundax, assigned to analyze human emotional patterns, accidentally watched an entire season of a show called The Bachelor. He emerged from the experience deeply emotionally compromised and with strong opinions about someone named Jessica. He then gave a heartfelt speech to his platoon about the fragility of love and the importance of following one's heart, and was promptly promoted to morale officer. Elsewhere, a communications expert named Vaughn was tasked with hacking into Earth's data networks. Instead, he discovered a series of cooking tutorials and became obsessed with learning to bake banana bread. His first attempt exploded. His second attempt was served at a neighborhood potluck. His third attempt won second place at the Wisconsin County Fair. First place went to a 9-year-old girl named Daisy. Vaughn swore eternal vengeance. The humans, for their part, remained almost willfully oblivious to the interstellar significance of what was happening. A few assumed the aliens were part of a movie shoot. Others thought it was a very immersive viral marketing campaign. One group of retirees believed it was a pop-up escape room and tried to solve the invasion with crossword puzzles and Werther's originals. A rogue battalion attempted to seize control of a television studio to broadcast a message of conquest. They were intercepted by the production crew of a daytime talk show and ended up sitting in plastic chairs, awkwardly sipping tea while being interviewed about what it's like to be a space invader. The episode was a ratings hit. Meanwhile, back on the flagship, Admiral Planax 9 was dangerously close to losing the last 3 brain cells, not actively trying to run away. The bridge was now decorated with lava lamps. Someone had installed a popcorn machine, and the ship's AI had taken to greeting him every morning with "Rise and shine, sunshine." His officers had dissolved into chaos. Slurpax now wore Hawaiian shirts and referred to himself as the Slurpinator. Glab had opened a smoothie stand in the hangar bay and was considering franchising. Even the ship's tactical droid had replaced its laser cannon with a karaoke mic and could frequently be heard belting out songs about heartbreak and deep space loneliness. Planax called for a full regroup. "This is not an exchange program," he shouted. "We are an occupying force. The crew blinked at him with glazed-over eyes. Slurpax raised a smoothie. "Try the mango pineapple. It changed my life." Planax clenched his fists. "I want to see results." "Where is the domination? Where is the fear?" Just then, a diplomatic envoy arrived. It was led by a woman named Tina, who ran a local PTA and believed in solving all problems with brownies and assertive communication. She marched aboard the ship, handed out welcome kits, and insisted that the admiral sit down and use his inside voice. Planax, broken and bewildered, did as instructed. The ensuing negotiation involved 3 pots of coffee, a game of charades, and a long story about Tina's son Darren, who once flushed a calculator down a toilet and claimed it was an experiment in math. At the end of it, the admiral agreed, without entirely understanding why, to a community potluck and a poetry night. Back on Earth, alien troops were integrating at alarming speed. One had taken up line dancing, another was leading goat yoga in a park. A third had invented an entirely new genre of music by accidentally playing a harp with his face tentacles. It charted in Sweden. The invasion had not failed. It had mutated. What was supposed to be a swift conquest had become a slow-motion cultural implosion. The humans were not resisting because they didn't recognize the threat. They didn't process the threat. To them, the invasion was just another Tuesday. Weird, yes, but so was the last one, and perhaps most terrifying of all. The aliens were starting to like it. By the end of week 1, Admiral Planax 9 had developed a twitch in his left eye, an aversion to ukuleles, and a severe allergic reaction to the word potluck. He hadn't come to Earth to join book clubs or taste cinnamon rolls. He had come to conquer, to lead a swift, elegant campaign of galactic domination. Instead, his warship smelled like popcorn and lavender air freshener, and half his elite soldiers were on waiting lists for yoga teacher certification. "This has gone on long enough," he growled, pounding the control console with enough force to launch a nearby stapler into orbit. He summoned every available commander. Glab arrived on a skateboard. Slurpax showed up holding a smoothie and a brochure for something called Finding Your Inner You. One of the lieutenants wore a glittery sash that read, "Best Hugger." Planax didn't yell. Not this time. He leaned forward, his voice low and cold. "We are taking the planet. Today." The officers fell silent. No more muffins. No more memes. No more poetry readings with emotionally vulnerable humans named Greg. Operation Galactic Grasp was launched at 700 hours with terrifying efficiency. The full fleet, 12 dreadnoughts, 48 cruisers, and a small shuttle accidentally registered as a food truck, descended across all major continents. The command was clear: assert dominance, use all resources, accept no baked goods. At first, it looked like it might actually work. A massive squadron landed in a financial district and issued a formal ultimatum. Unfortunately, they arrived during rush hour, and the only person who paid attention was a street performer dressed as a robot who gave them a thumbs up and asked for tips. Another group stormed a government building, only to discover that it was closed due to plumbing issues. A notice on the door read, "Back after lunch, probably." The squad waited for 3 hours. No one returned. Commander Bloopnark, finally resurfacing from his yoga spiral, led a direct assault on a military base in Nebraska. His troops encountered a stern-looking guard who told them to take a number. The number was 67. They were currently on 22. While waiting, Bloopnark had a mental breakdown, adopted a kitten, and now goes by the name Cheryl. Desperate for real resistance, Planax deployed his most fearsome weapon, the Obliterator Cannon. Capable of turning entire cities into lightly seasoned rubble, it targeted a population center in central Texas. The weapon charged, the systems locked, and then nothing. It had been unplugged to make room for a karaoke machine. The Admiral screamed, "I don't care if they offer us coupons. I want Earth under my boot." Just then, a report came in. A human counterstrike had begun. Not with weapons, not with missiles, but with forms, legal forms, governmental paperwork, tax documentation, permits, applications, ID verifications. Planax's troops were instantly overwhelmed. One platoon was trapped at a department of motor vehicles for 13 hours. Another was forced to fill out a visa request in triplicate, in cursive, without the aid of spell check. A commander attempted to declare the invasion legally binding and was instead roped into jury duty. They were buried in bureaucracy. One squad tried to requisition territory through local zoning laws. They were redirected to a meeting that had been cancelled since 2009. Another alien applied for conquest rights and received a sternly worded rejection letter citing Clause 47B, no hostile takeovers during flu season. Even Planax himself wasn't spared. His attempt to seize control of Earth's global communication grid was thwarted by a cookie consent banner he couldn't figure out how to close. Every time he clicked accept, it just popped up again. He screamed so hard, he dislocated a nostril. The final straw came during a forced march through a suburban neighborhood. The alien war machine rolled down the street with pride, only to be stopped by a very serious child on a tricycle who demanded to know if they had permission from the Homeowners Association. When they couldn't produce the appropriate documentation, she issued a fine in crayon. The invasion collapsed, not because of Earth's military, not because of Earth's science, but because Earth was a giant maze of incomprehensible systems, passive-aggressive signage, and a level of disorganization so intense it looped back around and became a defense mechanism. Planax, defeated, slumped into his chair. He was sticky with printer toner and regret. "What is this planet?" he whispered. Slurpax, now fully converted to wearing Crocs and sipping iced tea, gave a peaceful smile. "This is Earth, sir." Admiral Planax 9 had finally accepted a truth more painful than a laser blast to the shins. Earth could not be conquered by force. Not because it was strong, not because it was wise, but because it was too fundamentally ridiculous to function as an occupied planet. His war council had dissolved into nonsense. Slurpax now ran meditation workshops. Glab had become a certified smoothie shaman and was selling something called interdimensional detox juice that gave hallucinations of your ancestors doing the Macarena. The ship's internal AI now opened every status report with, "Hey bestie, ready to crush another day?" Planax knew he had two options left: retreat in shame or attempt diplomacy. He chose the one that didn't involve apologizing to the Galactic High Command and being reassigned to asteroid patrol. Again. Unfortunately, Earth's response to interplanetary diplomacy was inconsistent. His first diplomatic envoy landed in Sweden. They were greeted with politeness, warm cinnamon buns, and a very confusing game involving throwing heavy metal discs at sand. The aliens misunderstood the rules, accidentally won the regional championship, and were declared honorary citizens. The second envoy landed in New Jersey. They were mugged. Planax decided to send a personal representative, senior negotiator Prilneth III, trained in over 400 cultures, fluent in 92 languages, and capable of resolving disputes between species that communicate solely through smells. The mission lasted 17 minutes. Prilneth was intercepted by a group of conspiracy theorists who insisted that he was actually a lizard in a costume, then dragged him to a basement podcast where he was forced to debate a man wearing 3 tinfoil hats and a t-shirt that read, "The moon is a lie." He escaped by pretending to be a weather balloon. After that, all official diplomatic attempts were quietly cancelled. And then came Jerry. Jerry was not technically authorized to negotiate on behalf of Earth. He was a used car salesman from Nebraska with a firm handshake, an outdated Bluetooth earpiece, and a tragic confidence in his own charisma. He happened to stumble upon an alien scout craft that had broken down outside his dealership. Jerry made contact. He brought coffee. He offered snacks. He tried to sell them a 2003 sedan with just a few issues under the hood. Within hours, he'd convinced 3 alien soldiers to trade plasma rifles for timeshare condos. Somehow Jerry ended up on the flagship. No one invited him. He just walked in, handed Planax a business card that read Jerry, Human Solutions Consultant, and sat down like he owned the galaxy. Planax opened his mouth to scream, then realized he had no strength left. Jerry smiled and leaned forward. "Listen, big guy, you're going about this all wrong. You don't invade Earth, you network it." Planax blinked. "What?" "See, we're not a top-down species. You can't scare us into submission. You've got to distract us, overwhelm us. Give us a loyalty program, a trending hashtag, and a limited time offer, and we'll do anything you want." Slurpax, who had been listening from behind a potted plant, nodded sagely. "He's not wrong, sir." That was the beginning of the accord. Not a treaty, not a surrender. More like a handshake written on a napkin during a backyard barbecue hosted by someone's uncle. Earth didn't negotiate through diplomats. Earth negotiated through awkward social situations, cold drinks, and the phrase, "Hey, while you're here," so it was decided. A neutral site was chosen for the official proceedings, Gary's backyard. Gary, the technician who accidentally started all this, had a grill, a folding table, and exactly one lawn chair that didn't sink when you sat in it. Representatives from both sides showed up. The aliens brought their highest-ranking officers. Earth sent a man in cargo shorts, a woman holding a casserole, and someone who may or may not have been asleep the entire time. The document was drafted on the back of a pizza menu. Its terms were simple. Aliens would be allowed to stay on Earth under 3 conditions. 1. They could not attempt to conquer anything without giving at least 48 hours' notice. 2. They had to contribute to the community in some way, preferably through snacks, entertainment, or lawn maintenance. And 3. They had to participate in at least 1 karaoke night per month, non-negotiable. The treaty was sealed with a fist bump and a marshmallow roasting session. Planax didn't attend. He sat alone on the bridge, watching the stars. This hadn't been the invasion he wanted. It had been stranger, louder, and somehow stickier. But maybe, just maybe, it had become something else entirely. By the time the first intergalactic newsletter reported the outcome of Earth's conquest, most species assumed it was a typo. The headline read, "Galactic Dominion now offering lawn services in Ohio." Confusion spread across several sectors. Was this some kind of secret invasion code, a metaphor, a failed translation? No, it was exactly what it sounded like. The invaders had accidentally integrated into local communities, not as overlords, not as conquerors, but as neighbors. The shift hadn't been strategic. It had been gradual, ridiculous, and entirely driven by snacks, small talk, and Earth's relentless ability to absorb nonsense without collapsing. In the quiet suburb of Brookview Hills, a battlemech now mowed lawns every Tuesday. It was repurposed by an alien named Zerb, who, after losing 3 consecutive laser duels to a Roomba, decided to change careers. Zerb now charged $20 per yard, offered optional trimming services, and was considering a loyalty punch card system. In a nearby town, 2 alien commandos ran a hot dog stand. They didn't understand the concept of meat or bread or condiments, but they did understand customer satisfaction. The stand's name, for reasons never fully explained, was Wiener Protocol. It had a 5-star rating and a cult following on food blogs. One squad of former elite infiltrators had become wedding DJs. Another had joined a biker gang. One, and only one, had disappeared entirely. Rumored to be training for competitive baking on a cooking show in Denmark. The Galactic Dominion tried to reassert control. A cruiser was dispatched to extract key personnel and reboot the invasion. It made it as far as Earth's lower orbit before being intercepted by a chain of prank calls, a fake delivery order for 17 pizzas, and a barrage of messages asking for the Wi-Fi password, please. The crew panicked and retreated. Admiral Planax 9, now technically Earth's High Coordinator of Intercultural Affairs, a title given to him at a school fundraiser he didn't know he was attending, had not adjusted well. He spent his days pacing the bridge of his once mighty flagship, which now doubled as a floating tourist attraction. It had a gift shop. Children came aboard for birthday parties. There was a photo booth where guests could wear fake antennae and pretend to scream as they surrendered to the alien overlords. He tried to give one last motivational speech to his crew. "We must remember who we are. We are warriors. We are the teeth of the Dominion." Slurpax, sipping a lemonade, replied, "Sir, I'm already booked for 3 PTA meetings this week, and I promised to chaperone a field trip to the planetarium. Also, Cheryl's goat yoga class is tomorrow, and we're low on mats." "Who is Cheryl?" "Bloopnark. He goes by Cheryl now." Planax stared at him. "I once burned an entire continent to the ground." "Cool," said Slurpax, flipping through coupons. "Have you tried the peach cobbler from that diner on 5th? Transcendental." The truth was undeniable. Earth had not only resisted occupation, it had reversed it. Without ever realizing it, humans had colonized their invaders, not with violence, not with advanced tech, but with culture, with clutter, with things that made no logical sense and yet somehow held entire societies together. Credit cards, punchlines, public holidays, jazz, complaint forms, local sports rivalries, conspiracy theories about furniture stores that were definitely hiding something. Earth didn't just absorb you, it rewrote you. And for some of the aliens, this new life was addictive. They liked sitcoms, they liked slow walks through garden centers, they liked having arguments about whether pineapple belonged on pizza and then solving those arguments by ordering both kinds and eating too much of each. The longer they stayed, the more they forgot what they'd come to do. Back in the galactic capital, the High Command was baffled. They had lost contact with multiple divisions. Their long-range scanners picked up bizarre energy signatures that corresponded not to weapons, but to music festivals, farmers' markets, and amateur fireworks shows. One transmission, intercepted weeks later, simply said, "We're good, don't come." Another read, "Bring dip." Some believed it was a trap. Others believed it was enlightenment. But one thing was clear: something had changed. Something irreversible, and Earth, messy, noisy, deeply inefficient Earth, was at the center of it. It was supposed to be a historical entry in the archives of the Galactic Dominion, a warning, a case study, a firm, practical explanation of why you never attack a species that considers Black Friday a cultural holiday. But somewhere along the way, the report got weird. Because how do you accurately describe a planet where traffic laws are suggestions, small talk is weaponized, and one of the most watched events each year involves people throwing an inflated ball and screaming at televisions while wearing matching shirts? Admiral Planax 9 tried. He really did. He sat down with every intention of composing a formal debrief for the Dominion Grand Council. He outlined key events, tactical failures, socio-cultural entanglements. But the longer he typed, the harder it became to explain how an interstellar war had been derailed by a chilly cook-off and a flash mob performance of Total Eclipse of the Heart in a supermarket. By paragraph 5, he gave up and stapled a handwritten note to the front that simply said, "Do not." The Dominion never sent a follow-up. Planax still lived aboard the Irrefutable Victory, though no one called it that anymore. Locals referred to it as the big floaty thing with the nacho stand. It remained parked 3 miles above a cornfield in Kansas, occasionally drifting off course whenever someone messed with the gravity controls to make zero-G bowling more exciting. Earth's governments, in their own earthy way, had accepted the situation without truly understanding it. Someone wrote a law that defined extraterrestrial residents as tourists with long-term enthusiasm. It passed unanimously because no one read the fine print, and also there was free coffee in the voting room that day. International agencies adapted as best they could. NASA released a revised mission statement. We don't know what's going on anymore, but we're trying our best. Tourism soared. Alien-themed merchandise exploded. Someone published a cookbook titled Cooking with Planax, which included suspiciously few recipes and far too many footnotes about existential dread. The aliens blended in with increasing ease. Some changed their names to things like Greg, others didn't bother and simply introduced themselves with a dramatic cough and a gesture toward the sky. Every now and then, Planax would walk the halls of his ship, pass by crew members debating whether coffee was a beverage or a survival mechanism, and remember that there was a time, not long ago, when they had all been conquerors. Not anymore. Now they were just residents of Earth. The planet that didn't destroy its enemies, it confused them into submission. The Dominion eventually sent one last message, an encrypted communique routed through 17 satellites and a diplomatic courier shaped like a novelty pen. It arrived on Planax's console with flashing red text and the seal of the Supreme Command. "Report status," it said. Planax stared at it for a long time. Then, with a sigh, he dictated his reply. "This is Admiral Planax 9. The invasion has been reclassified. Hostilities terminated. Local resistance 2. Existential. Tactical success probability approaching 0. The humans have parties, sir, constantly, for things that do not warrant celebration. They invite us. We go. We bring snacks. We play games where rules change mid-round and no one keeps score. We argue about pizza toppings with passion, usually reserved for civil wars. We are lost in their culture. We are deeply embedded. There is no extraction." He paused, then added, "We have been earthed." He hit send. The system blinked. Message received. No further orders came. Down below, on the planet that rewrote the invasion manual just by existing, life continued. Strange, loud, illogical, beautifully disorganized. A species that built monuments, forgot anniversaries, survived wars, started dance trends, wrote poetry about soup, and accidentally conquered a galactic armada through a combination of hospitality and complete disregard for standard protocol. Earth was not a death world. It was something far more dangerous. It was relatable.
The massive screen in Earth Defense Command lit up with an alien transmission. Admiral James Stone stood straight, his weathered face reflecting the blue glow of the display. Around him, the command center fell silent as the first clear contact from an alien civilization began. "People of Earth," the alien figure spoke in perfect English, its purple-skinned face looking down at them with obvious disdain. "We are the Galactic Dominion, rulers of 300 star systems. Your planet has been chosen for integration into our empire. Resist, and we will destroy you." Admiral Stone didn't flinch. 20 years of military service had prepared him for moments like this. He looked around the room at his staff, each person ready at their station. They had trained for this day, even if nobody truly believed it would come. "The Dominion requires your answer within 1 Earth day," the alien continued. "Choose wisely." The transmission cut off, leaving the room in tense silence. Within hours, Earth's Unified Council gathered in their underground chamber beneath the Swiss Alps. Representatives from every nation sat around the circular table, their faces grim but determined. The council had been formed 10 years ago when the first alien ship was discovered crashed in the Arctic. They had kept it secret, learned from it, and prepared. "They think we're helpless," Admiral Stone addressed the council. "They expect us to surrender, but they don't know what we've built." Council leader Thomas Baker stood up, his voice steady. "We've spent a decade preparing. Our orbital defense platforms are ready. The Mars and Venus bases are fully operational. The quantum network is online." He paused, looking at each council member. "We vote now. Do we surrender to the Dominion, or do we fight?" The vote was unanimous. Earth would not bow. Admiral Stone delivered Earth's response himself. Dominion Command, this is Earth. We reject your demands. Earth is not yours to take. The alien commander's response was immediate and furious. You primitive species dare to refuse. Our fleet will darken your skies. Your civilization will end. Within hours, Earth's long-range sensors detected the Dominion fleet entering the outer solar system. 10,000 ships, each one larger than anything humanity had ever built. They moved in perfect formation, a display of overwhelming force meant to crush any hope of resistance. But in his command center, Admiral Stone smiled. The aliens had fallen for humanity's greatest deception. They saw what they expected to see. A primitive world with basic space capabilities, a few satellites, and some defensive installations. They couldn't detect the quantum-shielded bases hidden across the solar system. They didn't know about the gravity weapons waiting in the asteroid belt. They had no idea that their own crashed ship had given Earth the keys to understanding their technology. All commands, this is Stone. He broadcast through the secure quantum network. Execute Operation Dark Horse. Let's show them why you don't threaten Earth. Across the solar system, hidden bases powered up. On Mars, Commander Robert Wells activated the planetary defense grid. On Venus, Colonel Mary Parker prepared the stealth fleet. In the asteroid belt, Captain John Thompson's mining ships revealed their true nature as heavily armed battle cruisers. The Dominion fleet moved closer, their formation perfect, their confidence absolute. They had conquered hundreds of worlds this way. Earth would be no different. But as they passed Jupiter's orbit, Admiral Stone gave the order that would change galactic history forever. All units, weapons free. Show them what humanity can do. The battle for Earth was about to begin. The Dominion would learn that their greatest mistake wasn't attacking Earth. It was giving humanity time to prepare. In their arrogance, they never questioned why Earth's response to first contact was so calm. They never wondered why a primitive planet would dare to defy them. They never suspected that their perfect fleet was flying into a trap 10 years in the making. As Admiral Stone watched the Dominion fleet approach, he knew humanity was ready. Let them come, he whispered. Let them all come. The greatest fleet in the galaxy was about to learn a harsh lesson about underestimating humanity. Deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, in a facility unknown to the approaching Dominion fleet, Commander Michael Reed walked through rows of Earth's secret weapons. The underground chamber stretched for miles, filled with technology that would shock the invaders. Status report. He called out to his team as red warning lights flashed overhead. The Dominion fleet had just passed Mars orbit. Quantum shields at full power, replied Lieutenant Jack Wilson from his station. The enemy still can't detect us. The chamber housed Earth's greatest secret, working prototypes reverse-engineered from the crashed alien ship found a decade ago. But humanity hadn't just copied the alien technology. They had improved it. Reed stopped at the centerpiece of Earth's defense, the gravity manipulation engine. While the Dominion used standard propulsion systems, Earth had discovered how to bend space itself. The aliens' crashed ship had given them the basics, but human creativity had turned it into something new. All teams, final checks, Reed ordered. They'll be in range in 6 hours. The facility hummed with activity. Scientists and soldiers worked side by side, preparing weapons that merged human ingenuity with alien technology. They had plasma cannons powered by Earth's unique approach to fusion. Shields that used quantum entanglement in ways the Dominion had never imagined. Above ground, the world appeared normal. A few orbital satellites, some defensive installations, nothing that would worry the mighty Dominion. But underground bases like Reed's existed on every continent. The whole planet was a carefully crafted illusion. "Sir," called out Technical Officer Lisa Brown. "Look at this." She pointed to her screen, showing the Dominion fleet's formation. They're using standard attack patterns, exactly like the data from the crashed ship predicted. Reed smiled. The Dominion's greatest weakness was their predictability. Thousands of years of easy victories had made them arrogant and inflexible. They hadn't faced a real challenge in centuries. Send the activation codes to all bases, Reed ordered. Time to wake up our sleeping giant. Across Earth, hidden facilities powered up. In the Pacific Ocean, underwater bases activated their gravity wells. In the Sahara, buried energy collectors began gathering power. In Antarctica, the quantum communication hub linked all of Earth's defenses into one network. "Sir," Wilson called out. Message from Admiral Stone. "The Dominion fleet has passed the final warning line. They're committed to their attack run." Reed walked to the main control platform. Around him, screens showed Earth's true defensive capability. 10,000 Dominion ships were about to face humanity's greatest achievement, a planetary defense system unlike anything in the galaxy. "Begin power-up sequence for the gravity web," Reed commanded. This was humanity's trump card. While the Dominion relied on brute force, Earth had developed a way to turn space itself into a weapon. The facility's walls vibrated as enormous generators came online. Similar vibrations echoed from bases worldwide as Earth's true power awakened. The planet might look defenseless, but it was about to become the deadliest trap in galactic history. "Message from all bases," Brown reported. "Everyone is ready, waiting for your command." Reed looked at the tactical display. The Dominion fleet was arranging itself for their standard orbital bombardment pattern. They had no idea they were flying into carefully planned killing zones. "Send word to Admiral Stone," Reed ordered. "Tell him the gravity web is ready. We can begin Phase 2 whenever he gives the order." As the message went out, Reed thought about how far humanity had come. 10 years ago, they had found a crashed alien ship. Instead of panicking, they had learned. Instead of fighting among themselves, they had united. Instead of copying alien technology, they had revolutionized it. "Sir," Wilson called out. "New message from the Dominion fleet. They're demanding our surrender again." Reed shook his head. Even now, the aliens couldn't imagine that their prey might be more dangerous than they were. Their arrogance would be their downfall. "Send no reply," he ordered. "Let them come closer. Let them think we're paralyzed with fear." He watched the fleet's approach on the main screen. They want to see Earth's true power. Well, they're about to get their wish. The trap was set. The defenders were ready. The greatest space battle in human history was about to begin. The Dominion fleet filled Earth's sky like artificial stars, their massive ships blocking out the natural starlight. In Earth Defense Command, Admiral Stone watched as the enemy took position for their attack. "They're launching their first wave," reported Tactical Officer David Miller. 500 ships moving into bombardment formation. The alien ships moved with mechanical precision, each vessel taking its predetermined place. They had used this same attack pattern for centuries, crushing hundreds of civilizations with overwhelming force. "Let them get closer," Stone ordered. His calm voice betrayed none of the tension in the command center. "Wait for my signal." On the main screen, the Dominion ships entered low orbit. Their weapon ports opened, energy building for the first strike. They expected to face minimal resistance, perhaps a few missiles, some primitive energy weapons. "Dominion ships charging weapons," Miller announced. "Impact in 30 seconds." Stone pressed a button on his command console. "Commander Reed, activate the gravity web." Deep underground, Reed's team sprang into action. The gravity manipulation engines powered up, their effect invisible but devastating. Across the solar system, hidden generators created a complex web of altered space. The first Dominion ship fired. Its energy beams streaked toward Earth, and then bent impossibly to the side, missing completely. More ships fired, and more shots went wild, twisted away by the invisible distortions in space. "What trickery is this?" The Dominion commander's voice boomed through the command channel. "How dare you?" "Now," Stone ordered, "show them what Earth can do." The Mars base revealed itself first. Hidden gun ports opened in what the Dominion had thought were normal craters. Quantum-enhanced plasma beams lanced out, each shot striking with perfect accuracy. 20 Dominion ships exploded before they could react. "Venus base, you're clear to engage," Stone commanded. The clouds of Venus parted as Earth's stealth fleet emerged. These ships were smaller than the Dominion's vessels, but far more maneuverable. They darted between the enemy ships, their gravity drives letting them ignore normal physics. "Impossible," the Dominion commander shouted. "Your species cannot have this technology." "You should have checked our planet more carefully," Stone replied calmly. "Gravity web at full power. Spring the trap." The space around the Dominion fleet suddenly shifted. Ships that had been in perfect formation found themselves pulled in different directions. Their rigid battle plan fell apart as Earth's gravity weapons created zones of chaos in space itself. Multiple enemy ships colliding, Miller reported with satisfaction. "Their formation is breaking." The Dominion tried to adapt, but centuries of doing things one way had left them inflexible. Their ships crashed into each other as Earth's gravity web turned space itself against them. "Launch our fighters," Stone ordered. From hidden bases across Earth, small but deadly ships rose into space. Unlike the massive Dominion vessels, Earth's fighters were built for speed and agility. They carried weapons that could pierce alien shields, using frequencies discovered from the crashed ship. "Enemy fleet attempting to regroup," Miller called out. "They're trying to fall back to their secondary attack position." "Don't let them," Stone commanded. "All bases, full attack. Don't give them time to think." More hidden bases activated. The asteroid belt revealed gun platforms disguised as mining stations. The moon opened secret hangars built deep within its craters. Earth's defense grid finally showed its true power. The Dominion's first wave was caught in a killing zone. Earth's gravity weapons trapped them while fighters and fixed defenses tore them apart. Of the 500 ships that began the attack, over 300 were destroyed in the first 10 minutes. "Enemy fleet retreating," Miller announced triumphantly. "They're falling back to their main force." Stone nodded. This was just the beginning, but humanity had proven something crucial. The mighty Dominion could be beaten. Their technology could be matched. Their tactics could be countered. "Send word to all commands," Stone ordered. "Phase 1 successful. Prepare for their main assault. They won't underestimate us again." The first battle was over. Earth had won, but everyone knew the real war was just beginning. The Dominion would return with their full force, and this time, they would be angry. Lieutenant Anna Miller led her stealth squadron through the debris of destroyed Dominion ships. Her fighter, sleek and black, moved silently through space. Behind her, 20 of Earth's best pilots followed in perfect formation. "Ghost Squadron, stay tight," she commanded. "Remember your training. These aren't simulations anymore." The main Dominion fleet was regrouping after their first wave's destruction. 9,000 ships still remained, but now they moved more cautiously. Their easy confidence was gone, replaced by uncertainty. "Enemy fleet launching fighters," her tactical officer reported. "Lots of them. At least 1,000 incoming." Anna smiled inside her helmet. The Dominion fighters were fast and powerful, but they lacked Earth's special advantage. Her squadron carried the new quantum entanglement missiles, weapons that ignored shields completely. "All pilots, weapons free," she ordered. "Show them what Earth's best can do." The battle erupted in silence. In space, there was no sound as the fighters clashed. The Dominion pilots flew with perfect textbook maneuvers. Anna's pilots flew like humans, unpredictable, creative, and deadly. "Target locked," one of her pilots called, firing quantum missiles. The new weapons looked simple, small silver projectiles that seemed harmless, but they contained paired quantum particles. One half stayed in the launcher, the other half passed through enemy shields as if they weren't there. The results were devastating. Dominion fighters exploded silently in space. Their shields, designed to stop energy and physical impacts, could do nothing against weapons that ignored normal physics. "Keep pushing," Anna commanded. "Drive them back to their capital ships." Her squadron cut through the enemy fighters like a knife. The Dominion pilots had never faced weapons they couldn't block. Their confusion turned to panic as Earth's fighters proved impossible to defend against. Back on Earth, Admiral Stone watched the battle with satisfaction. "Launch the second wave," he ordered. "Let's show them everything we have." More fighters rose from Earth, Mars, and Venus. Each carried different weapons: gravity disruptors, phase cannons, quantum missiles. Earth had spent 10 years preparing not just one solution, but hundreds. The Dominion fleet commanders tried to adapt. They changed formations, adjusted shields, launched more fighters. But they were fighting an enemy that had studied them for years, that knew their tactics better than they did. Enemy flagship detected. Anna's tactical officer reported. "They're pulling back their fighters to protect it." "All squadrons," Stone's voice came through the command channel. "Target that flagship. Show them nowhere is safe." Anna led the attack herself. Her squadron dove through waves of enemy fire, their small ships dancing between energy beams. The Dominion flagship grew larger in their view, a massive vessel that dwarfed everything around it. "Ghost Squadron, follow my lead," Anna ordered. "Pattern Delta, just like we practiced." Her fighters split into pairs, each approaching from a different angle. The flagship's defenses tracked them, energy weapons firing continuously. But Earth's ships were too small, too fast, and too well piloted to hit. "Fire everything," Anna commanded. "All weapons, full spread." Quantum missiles, gravity torpedoes, and phase charges launched simultaneously. The flagship's magnificent shields flickered against weapons they were never designed to stop. Explosions blossomed across its hull as quantum-paired particles appeared inside their defensive bubble. "Direct hits confirmed," her tactical officer reported. "Enemy flagship is heavily damaged." The mighty vessel, pride of the Dominion fleet, began to list in space. Secondary explosions cascaded along its length as quantum weapons continued to bypass its defenses. "All ships, clear the area," Anna ordered. "That thing's about to go critical." Her squadron pulled back just as the flagship's power core detonated. The explosion lit up space like a new sun, temporarily blinding sensors across the battlefield. When the light faded, the message was clear. Humanity wasn't just defending. They were winning. The Dominion's technological advantage had been not just matched, but surpassed. "Good work, Ghost Squadron," Admiral Stone's voice came through. "Return to base for Rearm. The real battle's about to begin." Anna led her pilots home, flying through debris that had once been the enemy's finest ships. The Dominion had thought Earth would be an easy conquest. Instead, they had found something they'd never expected, an enemy who could not only fight back, but win. The counterattack had succeeded. Now it was time for Earth to take the war to them. Admiral Gray of the Dominion stood on his new flagship's bridge, his purple skin dark with rage. Holographic displays showed the devastating losses his fleet had suffered. 3,000 ships destroyed in just 2 battles. Nothing like this had happened in the Dominion's history. "How?" he demanded of his tactical officers. "How can these primitives defeat us?" Before anyone could answer, the ship shook violently. Earth's forces had launched another attack, this time targeting their supply lines. "My lord," his second-in-command reported, "the humans are using our own technology against us. But they've changed it, improved it. Their weapons ignore our defenses." Gray watched as another group of his ships disappeared from the tactical display. The humans weren't fighting like any species they'd encountered before. They didn't follow proper military doctrine. Their attacks came from everywhere, using tactics that changed constantly. "Send word to the homeworld," Gray ordered. "Request reinforcements. We must not lose to these barbarians." But even as he gave the order, Earth's quantum jammers activated. All communication with the Dominion home system went dead. They were alone. In Earth's command center, Admiral Stone watched the Dominion fleet's disarray with grim satisfaction. "Begin Phase 3, he ordered. Let's end this. Hidden bases across the solar system activated their main weapons. The gravity web, already restricting Dominion movement, began to tighten. Space itself became a weapon, crushing enemy ships together or tearing them apart. The enemy fleet is splitting up, reported Tactical Officer Miller. They're breaking formation. Stone nodded. The Dominion's rigid command structure was falling apart. Without clear orders, without their usual tactics working, their fleet was becoming disorganized. On his new flagship, Admiral Gray watched in horror as his perfect military machine began to crumble. Ships acted independently, abandoning their positions, trying different tactics that only made them easier targets. "Order them back in formation," he shouted. "We must maintain discipline." "They're not responding, my lord," his second-in-command said. "Earth's weapons are everywhere. Our standard tactics are failing." Another blast rocked the ship. Earth's gravity weapons were creating zones of intense distortion around them. Ships that strayed into these zones were torn apart by forces they couldn't resist. In her fighter, Lieutenant Anna Miller led another attack run. "Ghost Squadron, target their command ships. Don't let them reorganize." Her fighters struck like lightning, quantum missiles passing through Dominion shields as if they weren't there. More command ships exploded, leaving their squadrons leaderless. Enemy fleet showing signs of panic, Miller reported to Stone. "They're starting to fire on each other in the confusion." Stone watched as the mighty Dominion fleet, terror of 1,000 worlds, began to destroy itself. Ships trying to escape the gravity web crashed into each other. Confused commanders gave contradicting orders. The perfect military machine was breaking down. Admiral Gray felt something he'd never experienced before. Fear. "Launch all remaining fighters," he ordered. "Full attack on Earth. We must." His words were cut off as a quantum missile appeared inside his bridge. There was no warning, no chance to react. One moment he was giving orders, the next, enemy flagship destroyed, Miller announced. "Their fleet is completely disorganized." Stone stood at his command station, watching the greatest space battle in human history reach its climax. The Dominion fleet, once so proud and mighty, was now a scattered, broken force. "All units," he broadcast, "push them back. Drive them out of our solar system." Earth's forces moved as one. Fighters, capital ships, and fixed defenses coordinated their attacks perfectly. The remaining Dominion ships, leaderless and terrified, began to retreat. "They're running," Miller reported, unable to keep the pride from his voice. Stone nodded. "Let them go. Let them tell their empire what happened here. Let them know that Earth is not to be threatened." The battle was ending. Humanity had not just survived. They had crushed the greatest fleet in the galaxy, and in doing so, they had changed the balance of power forever. The age of Dominion supremacy was over. The age of humanity had begun. The surviving Dominion ships fled beyond Neptune's orbit, leaving Earth's solar system in disarray. But humanity wasn't finished. Admiral Stone stood before the Earth Defense Council, presenting his bold new plan. "We can't wait for them to return," he explained. "We must take the fight to them. Show every species in the galaxy that the age of Dominion tyranny is over." The council chambers, carved deep beneath the Swiss Alps, hummed with excited discussion. Earth's victory had proven something incredible. Humanity wasn't just capable of defending itself. It could defeat the greatest power in the galaxy. "Our spies report rebellion breaking out across Dominion space," Commander Reed added. "Their defeat here has shattered their image of invincibility." The council voted unanimously. Earth would strike while the Dominion was weak. Within days, humanity's fleet assembled. Not just warships, but colony vessels, diplomatic ships, and cargo carriers loaded with Earth's revolutionary technology. Admiral Stone led the fleet himself from his new flagship. The massive vessel carried weapons that would have been impossible a decade ago. Gravity drives, quantum missiles, and technology that merged human innovation with alien science. "All ships, prepare for quantum jump," he ordered. "First target, the Dominion's primary shipyard at Alpha Centauri. The human fleet vanished in flashes of light, using jump technology reverse engineered from the crashed alien ship. But Earth's scientists had improved it, making it faster and more precise than anything the Dominion possessed. They emerged from quantum space above a massive orbital facility. Dominion ships under construction hung in space like metal skeletons. The shipyard's defenders reacted with panic at the sight of Earth's fleet. "Attention Dominion forces," Stone broadcast. "Surrender, and you will be treated fairly. Resist, and face the consequences." The shipyard's commander responded by launching his defense fleet. But these ships were older models, even more vulnerable to Earth's advanced weapons than the main fleet had been. "All ships, execute attack pattern Delta," Stone ordered. "Disable their ships if possible. We're here to free them, not destroy them." The battle was brief but decisive. Earth's fighters darted between the defending ships, using precise quantum strikes to disable engines and weapons. Within an hour, the greatest shipyard in the Dominion surrendered. But the real surprise came after the fighting stopped. The shipyard's slave workers, aliens from a dozen conquered worlds, rose up to help their liberators. They had watched Earth defeat the Dominion fleet and saw hope for the first time in generations. "We want to join you," their leader told Stone. "Teach us to use your weapons. Help us free our homeworlds." Similar scenes played out across Dominion space as Earth's fleet pushed forward. Each victory inspired more rebellions. Each freed world joined humanity's cause. The Dominion's empire, built on fear and oppression, began to crumble. "My lord," a Dominion commander reported to their emperor, "we've lost contact with 30 systems. The humans, they're not just defeating our forces, they're showing our subjects how to fight back." The emperor, watching his realm collapse, finally understood his empire's fatal mistake. They had spent centuries perfecting their military might, but never considered that a younger species might think differently, fight differently, and inspire others to do the same. Back on the flagship, Stone received reports from across the galaxy. "Another sector has declared independence," his communications officer announced. The Dominion fleet there joined the rebellion. Even their own soldiers were deserting now. The Dominion's rigid hierarchy was breaking down as more of their forces saw a better way. Earth's way of freedom, innovation, and cooperation. "Send word to Earth," Stone ordered. "Tell them to prepare diplomatic teams. We're not here to create our own empire. We're here to help these worlds build something new." The revolution spread like wildfire through the galaxy. Earth's technology, freely shared with their allies, gave former slave worlds the power to defend themselves. The Dominion's grip on power weakened with each passing day. What had started as an invasion of Earth had become something much more: the end of an empire and the birth of a new age in the galaxy. And humanity, the species that the Dominion had thought primitive, was leading the way. The stars themselves seemed brighter as freedom spread across the galaxy, one world at a time. 3 months after Earth's first victory, the Dominion Emperor stood in Earth's Defense Council chamber. His once proud purple skin had turned pale with the shame of defeat. Before him, representatives from Earth and 100 freed worlds watched as he signed the surrender document. "The Dominion," he spoke in a tired voice, "acknowledges its defeat. We surrender unconditionally to Earth and its allies." Admiral Stone, who had led humanity's forces to victory, stepped forward. "We accept your surrender," he said firmly. "But this isn't just Earth's victory. This belongs to every species that fought for freedom." The chamber erupted in cheers. Species that had been enslaved for generations were finally free. Races that had never dared to resist the Dominion now stood as equals in a new galactic community. "Let today mark the beginning of the Solar Federation," Council Leader Baker announced. "Not an empire ruled by force, but an alliance of free worlds working together." The first act of the new federation showed how different it would be from the Dominion. Instead of punishing their defeated enemies, Earth offered them membership as equals. Worlds that had been part of the Dominion could join the Federation, sharing in its technology and protection. We're not here to rule, Stone explained to the gathered representatives. We're here to help everyone build something better. Earth's technology spread rapidly across the galaxy. The quantum communications network linked distant worlds instantly. Gravity drag ships made travel between stars easier than ever. But most importantly, Earth shared its greatest secret, the ability to innovate, to think differently, to improve on existing ideas. Commander Reed, now leading the Federation's Science Division, worked with scientists from 100 worlds. The Dominion stopped advancing because they thought they knew everything. He told his diverse team, "We'll never make that mistake. There's always more to learn." Lieutenant Miller, promoted to fleet commander, trained pilots from every species. Her Ghost Squadron techniques became the foundation of the Federation's defense forces. But unlike the Dominion's rigid methods, these tactics encouraged creativity and adaptation. "Don't just copy what I do," she told her students. "Improve it. Make it your own. That's the human way. And now it's your way too." The former Dominion worlds transformed rapidly. Without the Empire's restrictions, they rediscovered their own cultures and innovations. Trade flourished between worlds that had once been forbidden to communicate. New ideas and technologies emerged as species collaborated freely for the first time. "Look at this," Stone said to Baker as they watched ships from 50 different worlds dock at Earth's new space station. A year ago, they were slaves. Now they're building their own futures. The Federation grew stronger each day, but not through conquest or force. Worlds asked to join, attracted by the promise of freedom, protection, and progress. Earth's defense technology ensured peace, while their spirit of innovation drove advancement. "We were wrong about humans," the former Dominion Emperor admitted to Stone. "We thought technology meant civilization. You showed us that true civilization comes from how you use that technology." A year after the surrender, the galaxy had changed completely. The Federation's quantum network linked thousands of worlds. Ships with gravity drives explored new regions of space. Former enemies worked together, sharing knowledge and resources. "What's our next challenge?" Baker asked Stone as they stood in the council chamber. Stone looked at the galactic map, now showing the Federation's peaceful expansion. "We keep exploring," he answered. "Keep learning. Keep helping others do the same. That's what humanity does best. We never stop moving forward." The greatest fleet in the galaxy had attacked Earth, thinking they would find an easy conquest. Instead, they had found the species that would transform the galaxy, not through force or fear, but through innovation, cooperation, and the simple human desire to make things better. As Stone looked out at the stars from Earth's orbital station, he smiled. Humanity had not just survived, they had shown the galaxy a better way. The age of empires was over. The age of exploration, innovation, and cooperation had begun. And somewhere out there, new adventures waited for humanity and their allies. Together, they would face whatever challenges the universe held, not as conquerors, but as explorers, innovators, and friends. The stars beckoned, and the Federation was ready to answer their call. Lord Drake stood before the massive display screen in the Dominion's war room, his scaled fingers drumming against the metallic command table. The holographic image of New Eden rotated slowly before him, a blue and green jewel of a world that the humans had colonized just 50 years ago. "They're farmers," he said, his voice filled with contempt. "Simple dirt diggers who barely have orbital defense systems." He turned to face the gathered war council, his ceremonial armor gleaming under the harsh lights. "This will be the easiest conquest in the Dominion's history." Dr. Wells, a small, hunched figure in plain scientific robes, cleared her throat. "My lord, I must advise caution. Our studies of human history suggest—" "Spare me your academic theories, Doctor," Drake interrupted. "I've seen the physical data. Humans are weak compared to every other spacefaring race. No natural armor, no claws, poor night vision, and barely any muscle mass." He pulled up comparison charts on the screen. Even their reaction times are mediocre. The War Council murmured in agreement, but Dr. Wells persisted. Physical capabilities aren't everything, my lord. Humans have a remarkable ability to. Enough. Drake's tail swished in irritation. I didn't call this meeting to discuss anthropology. We're here to plan a conquest, and I've already decided on the perfect strategy. He pressed a button, and the display changed to show images of the Dominion's pride and joy. Their war beasts, massive creatures from 100 worlds, each one enhanced with cybernetics and covered in battle armor. There were 6-legged predators from the gravity wells of heavy worlds, serpentine hunters from gas giant moons, and aerial killers that could dive at supersonic speeds. We'll drop the war beasts during their harvest season, Drake explained, his eyes gleaming. Their communities are spread out, focusing on gathering crops. Perfect hunting conditions. He zoomed in on the agricultural regions of New Eden. The beasts will devastate their farming communities, and their primitive militia won't know how to respond. General Cross, a veteran of 3 campaigns, raised a concerned hand. Why not simply bombard them from orbit, my lord? Drake's expression turned sly. Because we need this world intact. New Eden is perfect for colonization. Rich soil, breathable air, and established infrastructure. Why destroy what we can simply take? He smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. Besides, this approach will minimize casualties among our own forces. The war beasts are expendable. The council members nodded appreciatively. It was a clever strategy, they thought. Use biological weapons that would leave the infrastructure intact while terrorizing the population into submission. Dr. Wells made one last attempt. At least let me show you the data about human hunting patterns throughout their history. Their species has experience with. Dismissed, Doctor, Drake said coldly. Save your concerns for your research papers. As the council members filed out, Drake remained behind, studying the colony's agricultural maps. He focused on one region in particular, the Bennett Valley, where most of the grain was grown. We'll start here, he muttered to himself. Drop the largest predators first. These farmers won't stand a chance against beasts that could tear through metal. In her office, Dr. Wells pulled up her research files on human history. Images flashed across her screen. Ancient cave paintings showing humans hunting mammoths, historical documents about species humans had driven to extinction, studies about their evolution as persistence hunters. She began typing quickly, preparing one final report. They're making a terrible mistake, she whispered to herself. These simple farmers are the descendants of the most successful predators Earth ever produced. But she knew Drake wouldn't read her report. Like so many others, he saw only what he wanted to see, a primitive colony ripe for conquest. The war beasts were being loaded into their drop pods, and the invasion of New Eden was about to begin. The Dominion was about to learn why underestimating humans was a deadly mistake. The morning sun rose over Bennett Valley as Bill Cooper drove his harvester through the golden wheat fields. It was a massive machine, but he handled it with the ease of someone who'd spent 20 years farming on New Eden. Through the harvester's front window, he watched his grandson Tommy running alongside the machine, pretending to race it. That's when the sky turned dark. At first, he thought they were meteors, bright streaks cutting through the morning clouds. But meteors didn't slow down before impact, and meteors didn't roar when they hit the ground. Tommy, Bill shouted through the harvester's speakers, "Get back to the house. Now." The boy ran as the first pod crashed into the wheat field half a mile away. The impact sent waves through the golden crop like ripples in a pond. Bill switched on his radio, already hearing the panic in the emergency broadcast channel. Unknown objects dropping across Bennett Valley. A voice crackled. All farmers returned to safety points immediately. Bill turned his harvester around, but it was too late. Something massive burst from the fallen pod, sending twisted metal and dirt flying in all directions. Through the dust, he saw a creature straight out of humanity's darkest nightmares. 12 feet of muscle, armor, and teeth, moving on 6 legs with frightening speed. But Bill Cooper hadn't survived 30 years of farming on the frontier by panicking. He grabbed his emergency rifle from under the seat and did something the Dominion's war planners hadn't expected. He charged straight at the beast in his harvester. The creature was built to hunt prey that ran away. It wasn't prepared for a human driving a 30-ton farming machine straight at it. "Eat steel, you ugly bastard." Bill yelled as he rammed the harvester into the beast. The impact dented his machine but sent the creature tumbling. Its armor cracked, showing vulnerable flesh underneath. All across Bennett Valley, similar scenes played out. Jane Wilson, whose family had been hunting on 3 worlds, took down one of the flying beasts with a precise shot from her old rifle. The creature's cybernetics might have been advanced, but its brain was still in the same place as most flying animals. At the Miller farm, 3 generations of family members turned their irrigation systems into weapons, trapping a serpentine beast in the mud before their oldest tractors ran it down. The creature's armor was tough, but it couldn't match the weight of human farming equipment. Tom Walker, watching from his front porch, saw something the others didn't. "They're hunting in patterns," he said to his wife Mary, who was already loading their shotguns, "just like the mountain lions back on Earth." The emergency channels were filled with voices now, not of panic, but of farmers organizing. People who had spent their lives working the land, dealing with dangerous animals, and surviving on the frontier were sharing information. They don't like the sound of the harvesters. Their armor is weakest at the joints. They're avoiding water. Use the irrigation systems. In the colony's emergency control center, Governor Richards listened to the reports with growing pride. The aliens had expected terror and chaos. Instead, they got organized resistance from people who'd carved a living out of wilderness worlds. "Send word to all settlements," she ordered. "We're not evacuating. We're hunting." Back in space, Lord Drake received the first reports with disbelief. The war beast's casualty rate was far higher than expected. These simple farmers were fighting back with primitive but effective weapons, turning their agricultural equipment into tools of war. "Impossible," he muttered, watching another beast fall to what appeared to be a combine harvester converted into a battering ram. "They're just farmers." Dr. Wells, standing quietly in the back of the command room, finally spoke up. "No, my lord. They're humans. And you just dropped predators onto a planet full of humanity's most resourceful pioneers. The kind of people who've been dealing with dangerous animals and harsh conditions their entire lives." The reports kept coming in. The war beasts were deadly, yes, but they were about to learn why humans had always been the most dangerous animals on any world they inhabited. Tom Walker stood in the morning mist, studying marks on a fallen tree trunk. Around him, a group of farmers and local hunters listened carefully as he pointed out the claw patterns. "See these scratches? They're marking their territory, just like Earth predators," he explained, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the wood. "These beasts might have fancy armor, but underneath, they're still animals. And animals have patterns." Behind him, his old truck had been modified with steel plates and reinforced bumpers. In the back, a captured piece of beast armor was being studied by Mary, his wife, who had spent 15 years as a veterinarian before moving to New Eden. "The armor has weak points near their joints," Mary said, tapping the damaged piece. "And look at these marks. They need to breathe. There are vents in the armor we can target." The group had grown from a few neighbors to an organized hunting party. Each person brought something valuable. Farmers knew every inch of the land. Hunters understood tracking, and mechanics could modify their equipment into weapons. They hunt at night, Bill Cooper added, his harvester now sporting makeshift armor and a reinforced ram. "But we got something better than night vision. We know our land by heart." Tom nodded, then pulled out a roughly drawn map of Bennett Valley. Red marks showed where the beasts had attacked, blue marks where they'd been spotted resting. "They're following the creek lines," he pointed out, "just like mountain lions used to do back on Earth. They use the water to hide their scent and the banks for cover. He drew a circle around several points, but that means we can predict where they'll go. The hunters split into teams, each taking different sectors of the valley. They didn't have fancy weapons or advanced technology, but they had generations of hunting knowledge and a deep understanding of predator behavior. Jack Thompson, an old trapper, showed others how to set up snares strong enough to hold the beasts. They're big, but they still need paths through the woods, he explained while setting up a reinforced cable trap. And big animals make predictable paths. The first success came that afternoon. The six-legged beast, following the creek as Tom had predicted, stepped into a hidden pit trap. The walls, lined with harvester blades, damaged its armor before it could leap out. When it finally escaped the pit, Bill Cooper was waiting with his modified harvester. Just like handling a mean bull, Bill said afterward, looking at the fallen creature. Except this one had more legs and a worse attitude. By nightfall, they had developed a system. Spotters in high places would track the beast's movements. Trappers would set up choke points using farming equipment and modified vehicles. Hunters with high-powered rifles would target the weak points Mary had identified. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards received regular updates. 6 beasts down in the last 12 hours, her aide reported. The hunting parties are getting better at this. Of course they are, Richard smiled. We're not just fighting back, we're learning. That's what humans do best. Up in orbit, Lord Drake watched with growing concern as more war beasts fell. The creature's built-in cameras showed him everything. And what he saw disturbed him. The humans weren't running from his beasts. They were systematically hunting them down. My lord, a junior officer reported, we're getting strange readings from the beast's cybernetic systems. The humans aren't just killing them, they're studying them, learning how they work. Dr. Wells, who had been quietly monitoring the situation, finally spoke. Did you know, my lord, that before humans built spaceships, they hunted animals larger than themselves to extinction on almost every continent of their homeworld? Not with advanced weapons, but with simple tools and understanding of animal behavior. She pointed to a screen showing humans setting up another trap. Those aren't just farmers and colonists down there. Those are the descendants of Earth's most successful hunters, and you just gave them new prey to hunt. The war beasts were learning a hard lesson. On any world humans inhabited, they were never the apex predator for long. The ground shook as more drop pods pierced the evening sky above Bennett Valley. Lord Drake had doubled down on his strategy, sending in his largest and most aggressive war beasts. But this time, the humans were ready. They never learn, do they? Tom Walker said, watching the pods descend through his binoculars. He keyed his radio, now part of a network spanning every farm and homestead in the valley. Heads up, everyone. We've got new guests coming to dinner. The response was immediate but calm. No panic, no chaos. Just the smooth operation of people who had been preparing for this moment. North Sector ready, came Bill Cooper's voice. His harvester, now practically a tank with its reinforced armor and mounted weapons, waited in a camouflaged barn. South Sector in position, reported Jane Wilson. Her hunting platforms, built high in the valley's old trees, gave her team perfect firing positions at the beast's weak points. The first pod crashed through a wheat field. Its door blew open, and a massive creature emerged, bigger than the previous ones, with thick armor plates and what looked like energy weapons mounted on its shoulders. It raised its head and roared, expecting to terrify its prey. Instead, it triggered a trap. Hidden speakers around the field blasted out a specific frequency that Mary Walker had discovered while studying the captured beasts. The sound wasn't harmful to humans, but it played havoc with the creature's cybernetic systems. Their fancy technology is their weakness, Mary explained through the radio as the beast staggered. Natural animals adapt. These things can't change their programming. The creature stumbled into the wheat field. Its targeting system scrambled. That's when the humans struck. Harvester machines emerged from hidden positions, their normal cutting blades replaced with strengthened rams. They didn't need to kill the beast, just hold it in place. Like handling a mad bull, Bill shouted over the radio. Except this bull's got a computer for a brain. From her tree platform, Jane took careful aim with her rifle, now modified with armor-piercing rounds designed by the colony's engineers. Targeting the left shoulder vent, she reported calmly. Just like taking down a charging bear, hit them where they breathe. The shot rang out. The beast's armor cracked at its weakest point. More shots followed from other platforms, a coordinated attack that brought the massive creature down. Similar scenes played out across the valley as more pods landed. The humans had turned their entire farming region into one giant trap. Irrigation systems could flood areas in seconds, creating mud that fouled the beast's joints. Modified drones, originally used for crop spraying, now dropped nets and smoke bombs. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards watched the tactical display with pride. "Send the data from this sector to all other regions," she ordered. "Every farm, every village. Show them how we're beating these things." Up in orbit, Lord Drake's command staff watched in horror as more war beasts fell. These weren't random victories. The humans had developed systematic methods for dealing with each type of creature. "My lord," a junior officer reported, "they're adapting faster than we can send new variants. They're teaching each other. Every beast we lose, they learn more about how to kill the next one." Dr. Wells, still watching from her corner, smiled slightly. "Humans have a saying, my lord. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 10,000 years ago, they were sharing hunting techniques around campfires. Now they're sharing them through radios and data networks. But the principle is the same. They learn, they adapt, they survive." As if to emphasize her point, another war beast fell on the tactical display. The humans hadn't just learned to survive against the beasts. They'd learned to win. And they were teaching each other how to do it better with each passing hour. Lord Drake stormed into the research section of his command ship, his tail lashing with anger. The screens around him showed more failed attacks, more dead war beasts. How were simple farmers defeating his perfect weapons? "Dr. Wells," he shouted, "I want answers." The small scientist looked up from her desk, surrounded by historical documents and biological data. "I tried to give you answers before the invasion, my lord. Perhaps now you're ready to listen." She pressed a button, and the room's main display lit up with images from Earth's history. Cave paintings showed tiny human figures taking down massive creatures. Archaeological records displayed the bones of ancient predators. "This is what I tried to tell you about," she said, pointing to the images. Humans didn't become Earth's dominant species because they were the strongest or fastest. They did it by being the best hunters their world had ever seen. Drake watched as she brought up more records. "These simple farmers you dismissed, their ancestors hunted creatures called mammoths, beasts larger than our biggest war creatures. They did it with stone spears and wooden tools. But that was primitive technology," Drake protested. "Our beasts have armor, cybernetics, which makes no difference." Dr. Wells interrupted, showing footage from the current battles. "Look how they hunt our beasts. They study the patterns, find the weaknesses, work together. It's exactly how their ancestors hunted." She displayed a new image, an ancient human hunting party tracking the large predator. Next to it, she put a current image of Tom Walker's group planning their attacks. "Nothing has changed," she explained. "Humans were never the strongest species on their world. They weren't the fastest. They didn't have natural weapons. But they had three things that made them deadly." She held up one finger. "First, they can observe and learn. Look how quickly they figured out our beasts' weaknesses. A second finger. They share knowledge. Every success is taught to others. A third finger. And they can outlast any prey. Their ancestors would chase animals until they collapsed from exhaustion. They called it persistence hunting." On the screens, more footage played from New Eden. Humans methodically wearing down a war beast, following it, never letting it rest, until they could strike at its weak points. "The colony's governor just sent us a message," a junior officer reported, entering the room. She says they're willing to accept our surrender." Drake's scales flushed with anger. "Surrender? To farmers? To hunters?" Dr. Wells corrected. "The most successful hunters in known space. Did you know humans drove over 50 major species to extinction on their homeworld before they even developed powered vehicles? Not because they wanted to, but because they were too good at hunting." She brought up one final image, a map showing human expansion across Earth, followed by a map of their colonial expansion into space. "Every world humans settle, they become the apex predator," she explained. "Not through strength, but through intelligence, cooperation, and persistence. Your war beasts never stood a chance." Drake stared at the casualty reports. Hundreds of war beasts dead. His perfect weapons, hunted down by humans using modified farming equipment and simple projectile weapons. "If you had read my reports," Dr. Wells said quietly, "you would have known. Humans turned hunting into an art form thousands of years ago. These colonists, they're the ones brave enough to settle new worlds. The ones who still remember the old skills, and you gave them the perfect opportunity to prove that humans are still the greatest hunters in the galaxy." Outside the research section's windows, New Eden turned slowly below them. Down there, more war beasts were being hunted, tracked, and taken down by descendants of Earth's most successful predator species. The Dominion was learning a lesson that Earth's ancient animals had learned long ago. Never underestimate humanity's ability to hunt. Mary Walker stood in the colony's main research lab, surrounded by pieces of war beast armor and control systems. On the table before her lay the brain of one of the creatures, its cybernetic implants exposed. "Look at this," she said to the team of engineers and scientists gathered around. "The control system isn't just giving them orders. It's suppressing their natural instincts." She pointed to a glowing section of the neural interface. "These animals aren't naturally this aggressive. They're being forced to fight." In a reinforced pen outside, a captured war beast paced back and forth. Unlike its rampaging companions, this one had been carefully tranquilized and partially freed from its control systems. It was one of the six-legged predators, but its behavior had changed dramatically. "They're pack hunters by nature," Mary explained, watching the creature through the observation window. "The Dominion turned them into berserkers, but that's not their true behavior." She turned to face Governor Richards. "We can do better." The governor raised an eyebrow. "You want to turn them to our side?" "They're just animals," Mary said. "Very smart animals. And humans have been taming smart animals for thousands of years." In the lab next door, Tom Walker and Bill Cooper worked with the colony's tech experts to crack the beast's control codes. They had gathered dozens of intact control units from their successful hunts. "It's like breaking a wild horse," Tom said, examining the control interface. "First, you have to earn their trust. Show them you're not a threat." The breakthrough came 3 days later. Mary's team managed to completely disable the control unit on their captive beast. The creature's natural intelligence emerged, and to everyone's surprise, it was far more sophisticated than the Dominion's brutal programming had allowed. "They turned these beautiful creatures into weapons," Mary said sadly, watching their test subject gently take food from a handler's hand. "But we can show them a better way." Word spread quickly through the colony. More war beasts were captured alive now, carefully tranquilized, and freed from their control systems. Mary and her team worked around the clock, developing a new, gentler control interface that worked with the creature's natural instincts rather than suppressing them. High in orbit, Lord Drake received the most disturbing report yet. "My lord," his tactical officer said, voice shaking. "The humans, they're not just defeating our beasts anymore. They're taming them." The tactical display told the story. Freed war beasts were now fighting alongside the humans, their natural pack-hunting instincts making them far more effective than they had been under the Dominion's brutal control. In Bennett Valley, Tom Walker led a hunting party that included 3 former war beasts. The creatures moved silently through the wheat fields, using their enhanced senses to track their still-controlled brethren. "Easy, big fellow," Tom said, patting the flank of the largest beast. The creature's armor had been modified, stripped of its weapons but enhanced with better protective plating. "Let's go find your friends." The hunting party moved like a well-oiled machine. The freed beasts would locate their targets, while the humans would move in to disable the control systems. More often than not, the controlled beasts surrendered once they sensed their freed companions. The Dominion made a mistake, Governor Richards said, watching the latest successful hunt on her tactical display. They thought these creatures were just weapons. But humans know better. We've spent our entire history working with animals, understanding them, forming partnerships. Dr. Wells, watching the same feed from the Dominion ship, couldn't help but smile. First, they learned to hunt the beasts, she said to no one in particular. Then they learned to understand them. And now, she gestured to the screen showing humans and freed war beasts working together. Now they've done what humans always do. They've turned their former enemies into allies. Lord Drake stood before the Dominion High Council, his scales pale with shame. On the massive display behind him, footage played from the failed invasion of New Eden. The council members watched in stunned silence as scenes unfolded, war beasts being hunted down by farmers, creatures being turned against their masters, and finally, the humiliating retreat of Dominion forces. "Let me understand this clearly," the High Chancellor said, her voice cold. "You lost our entire war beast program to farmers." "Not just farmers," Dr. Wells stepped forward, now officially summoned to testify. "Colonists, pioneers, the kind of humans who choose to settle new worlds." She gestured to the screens. In other words, the most adaptable and resourceful of an already resourceful species. News of the defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On 1,000 worlds, beings gathered around screens to watch the footage. They saw humans in modified farming equipment taking down cyber-enhanced predators. They watched in amazement as colonists turned the feared war beasts into allies. Back on New Eden, the celebration was in full swing. The town square of Bennett Valley had been transformed. Alongside the parked harvesters and hunting vehicles stood reformed war beasts, their armor painted with the colony's colors. Children rode on the backs of creatures that had once been sent to terrorize them. "Never thought I'd see something like this," Bill Cooper said, watching his grandson Tommy feeding treats to a 6-legged beast that now helped guard his wheat fields. "Turns out they're pretty good at herding cattle, once you show them how." Tom Walker stood with Governor Richards, looking over the changed valley. "The Dominion did us a favor, really," he said. "Those beasts are better suited to farm work than fighting. Strong, smart, and now that they're free of the control systems, surprisingly gentle." Mary Walker was busy teaching other colonies how to free and rehabilitate any remaining war beasts. Her veterinary protocols had been shared across human space, just in case the Dominion tried their strategy elsewhere. "The funny thing is," she told a group of visiting reporters, "these creatures were never meant to be weapons. The Dominion took beautiful, intelligent animals and tried to turn them into monsters. We just helped them become themselves again." In the galaxy's diplomatic circles, the story became a cautionary tale. Videos of humans hunting down war beasts with primitive weapons and modified farm equipment became popular viewing. Military analysts studied the footage, learning hard lessons about underestimating humanity. "The humans didn't just beat the war beasts," one alien general noted. "They understood them, freed them, and turned them into friends. Who else would look at a cybernetic killing machine and think, 'I bet that would be good at herding cattle'?" Dr. Wells, now promoted to head of Xenological Studies, gave her final report to the Dominion Council. "The mistake wasn't just attacking humans," she explained. "The mistake was forgetting what made humans dominant on their homeworld. Not technology, not strength, but their ability to adapt, learn, and turn enemies into allies. She showed them one final image, a human child riding on the back of a war beast through a wheat field, both seeming perfectly happy. They've already started breeding programs, she added. Within a few generations, these creatures will be as loyal to humans as Earth's dogs. That's what humans do. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just win, they change the game entirely. The story of New Eden became legend, told and retold across the galaxy. How farmers and colonists defeated the most feared weapons in known space. How humans proved once again why they were the most successful predators in history. And most importantly, how dropping war beasts on a human planet became known as the greatest military mistake in recent galactic history. In Bennett Valley, life went on. The wheat grew tall, the modified harvesters worked the fields, and the reformed war beasts helped guard the crops. Just another day on a human colony world, where the descendants of Earth's greatest hunters had once again proven why you should never, ever underestimate humanity's ability to adapt.
The stench hit first ozone crackling in the dry air, mixed with the copper tang of old blood and something oily that stuck to your throat when you breathed too deeply. Even from outside the gates of the Apex trials, Droveth Prime's infamous death arena, the scent was unmistakable. Eric adjusted his grip on the worn, metal-handled crate tucked under his arm and stepped into the main corridor. Lights flickered in the cracked ceiling above, where ancient plasma conduits buzzed and sputtered, barely holding back the dark. Signs in half a dozen alien scripts blinked erratically, advertising side bets, last-minute enhancements, and the rules of combat, which mostly boiled down to, don't interfere, don't complain, and don't bleed on the staff unless you're paying extra. Behind him, two security guards made a wheezing attempt at laughter, their mouths lined with vestigial gills and sharp, uneven teeth. That a weapon, human? One snorted, eyeing the crate. Eric set it on the floor. It's my fighter, he said. They didn't even bother hiding the laughter this time. A third guard had to brace himself against the wall, hacking up a glob of fluorescent spit that sizzled as it hit the concrete. Eric knelt and opened the crate. The animal inside looked up at him with sleepy eyes, snorted, and waddled out, its rough fur bristling in patches. It sniffed once, yawned so wide it showed off a mouthful of yellowish teeth, then promptly flopped into the dirt floor of the corridor and began to dig. "What is that?" came a voice from the front of the betting booth queue, thick with contempt and barely restrained laughter. Eric didn't look over. A honey badger, Earth predator. The jeering hit like a wave. Some aliens doubled over, others wiped their eyes with the corners of their robes. The odds boards lit up instantly. Contestant number 16, Earthling's Rat, 9,999 to 1. No name, just the nickname it had been given on site. Even the display algorithm couldn't be bothered to ask what it was. The honey badger ignored the lights, the noise, the vibrations underfoot from the nearby pre-match brawls. It turned in a tight circle, flopped onto its side again, and licked at its own paw like it was waiting for a nap to finish downloading. Eric sighed, straightened up, and made his way to the registration kiosk. He offered up the datapad and got a brief retinal scan in return. "You sure this is your combatant?" the registrar asked, barely looking up from his console. "Final entries are binding. We charge a cleanup fee if it dies too fast." "I know. And if it doesn't qualify, then it dies." "I know." Behind him, an inebriated miner, pale, skinned, and glassy-eyed, was halfway through swiping his betting card when he misbalanced and face-planted into the terminal. It chirped cheerfully. Bet confirmed. 500 credits. Earthling's Rat to win. The miner pushed himself upright, blinking at the screen. "Did I just bet on the dog?" Someone next to him howled. "You just gave your paycheck to the pit, friend." "I like his spirit," the miner said solemnly, then belched. Eric pressed his thumb to the fight schedule. He didn't expect much. The honey badger had been a shipping error, a misrouted specimen meant for an ecology class back at the Galactic University. The box had cost more to send back than to enter into the trials. He figured if it survived the first fight, maybe he could scavenge enough from its remains to get something back. As the announcement echoed across the arena, "First match, Earthling's Rat versus Vorax Serpent. He picked up the crate and walked toward the pit. The arena floor opened like the maw of a giant beast. Lights beamed down from broken pylons, illuminating a battlefield of dried mud and half-digested bones. The crowd above buzzed with anticipation, the scent of stimulants and overcooked meat wafting through the vents. The opposing gate clanked open. The Vorax Serpent slithered into view. 20 feet long, its body coiled with muscle as thick as hydraulic pipes, scales glinting in shifting shades of green and violet. Its eyes glowed red. Its fangs hissed, venom dripping in steady ropes from its lips. The honey badger waddled into the pit like it was hunting a shady patch to nap in. A gong sounded. The serpent struck instantly. A jet of toxin sprayed outward, catching the honey badger full in the face. It staggered. Eric's heart stopped. The badger sneezed, shook itself. Then it charged. The serpent reared back, fangs bared. The badger leapt not at the coiled body, not at the thick neck, but straight into the open mouth. Screams burst from the crowd. Bookies shouted in disbelief. The honey badger vanished into a whirlwind of scales and muscle, blood spraying. For a full 30 seconds, the serpent writhed, slammed its head into the ground, into walls, into its own tail, trying to dislodge whatever was inside. Then it began to slow. Then it collapsed. The honey badger crawled out of a shattered eye socket, panting, one ear torn, its nose crusted with drying venom and blood. It flopped onto the dirt beside the corpse and rolled. Silence fell. Then came a roar. The bookies scrambled to reset the odds screens. People aliens rushed the betting stations, screaming, demanding reevaluations. The miner, now being carried by 2 others, let out a wild whoop. Eric just stood at the edge of the pit, feeling the world shift under his feet. The medtechs came to verify the kill. 3 drones scanned the serpent's twitching corpse. Its brain had been shredded, its nervous system practically turned to jelly. "That's not a rat," the announcer muttered through the arena PA. That's something else." Eric looked down at the honey badger. It yawned again. No fear, no recognition, no celebration. It had simply won. The roar did not fade when the serpent stopped moving. It changed pitch, like a storm that realized the mountain would not fall and decided to hammer it harder. Security drones zipped to the carcass. A ref in a rust-colored vest blew a whistle that cut through the chaos. The honey badger rolled once more in the dirt and shook off a patter of red. Eric vaulted the waist-high rail into the service trench and jogged to the handler gate. A medtech in gray armor met him with a scanner wand the size of a baton. The wand hummed over the badger. Tiny glyphs scrolled down a slate. "Heart rate up, breathing steady, pupils reactive," the medtech said. He spoke as if baffled that these words belonged to the same sentence. "Venom contact on facial fur and whiskers. No airway compromise. You can flush and clean." Eric knelt. He kept his movements slow and predictable. The badger bared its teeth at the wand, then lost interest. He twisted the cap off a squeeze bottle and rinsed the face with saline. He wiped away slime with gauze, careful around the eyes. The badger tolerated it as if he were brushing dust from a stubborn machine. One ear was ragged, where a fang had glanced it. Eric dabbed it with antiseptic and pressed a bit of gauze until the bleeding eased. "Vorax venom is mostly hemotoxic," the medtech offered, glancing at the readout. "Swells tissue, breaks vessels, nasty. Your animal does not seem to care." "Thick skin," Eric said. "If it stops breathing or starts staggering, that means the venom got through. It has not." The medtech raised his brows. "You talk like this happens often on your world." "Not often. Often enough to have protocols." The announcer in the tower cleared his throat into the system. The speakers crackled. "Adjust your wagers. Adjust your expectations. Adjust your soul. Earthling's entry continues to surprise us all. Round 2 begins after a short reset." Eric carried the badger back toward the prep alcove, a damp room under the stands where steam piped along the ceiling and sandbags leaned like sleeping guards. He set down the crate and offered a dish of water with electrolyte tablets crushed in it. The badger lapped and sniffed his hand, then curled on the mat with a grunt. Its chest rose and fell in short, efficient breaths. From the walkway above, voices cascaded down. That was a trick, an armored trader barked. Let me see that thing's teeth. Regulations forbid inspections, the registrar replied without looking up. Owners submit profiles. We hazard recertifications if someone lies. It costs a lot. It is cheating, the trader insisted, jabbing a finger toward Eric. No creature that small should do that. It is not cheating, said a soft-voiced engineer in a shimmer suit. We misjudged its risk. That is on us. Beneath the railing, a face popped into view. The miner from earlier leaned over the edge, his cheeks flushed and his eyes wet with joy. Hey, he called. Buddy, you hear the odds swing. It went from impossible to only very unlikely. Do you have a name? Eric asked. Mason, he said, and thumped his chest. Mason, who cannot believe he pressed the wrong button and is now married to Destiny. I am betting on it again. I like that it looks bored. Do not talk so loud, an elderly bookmaker hissed as he shuffled past with a rack of paper slips. You will make the numbers run. On the main board, the figures flickered. Earthling's rat shifted from a joke to a gamble. The crowd's laughter thinned to a blade, then tilted toward awe. Under that hum, Eric could feel something else moving. Unease. The way miners looked at dark passages after a tremor. If this was a small animal from Earth, what did the big ones look like? A handler approached from the other side of the alcove, a tall being with smooth copper skin and a ring of studs along what passed for a jawline. He wore a cloak with iridescent angles that threw odd shadows. Beside him stood a cage too large to fit through the door in one piece. You are the human, the handler said. I am Keth of Vera. My beast will meet yours next. Plated carnosaur, 3 meters to the shoulder, tri-toe feet, bite that can crack steel rebar. It likes to toss prey to break the spine. Eric swallowed. Good to know. Keth smiled without warmth. I admire your nerve. It will be the last thing I admire tonight. I suggest you take pictures while your animal is still in one piece. The gate sirens fired. The board flashed. The announcer's voice rolled like thunder bottled in a can. Round 2. Earth entry versus plated carnosaur from the jungles of Vera. If you are carrying a small child, do not hold it over the rail. Eric clipped the leash to the badger's harness. The badger planted its feet and pulled like a sled dog that had spotted a rabbit. He let it go at the edge of the tunnel and watched it trot into the light without ceremony. Across the pit, the carnosaur made the earth tremble. Armor plates banded its back and thighs. Its head swung on a thick neck built for blunt force. It took a step and the arena felt smaller. The gong hit. The carnosaur did not roar. It exhaled like a furnace catching. It charged with a gait that used hips and tail like a spring. The crowd rose in one motion. The badger ran toward it. At the last instant, the badger veered left under the belly, a blur of muscle and dirt. It hit the inner ankle and latched. The carnosaur stumbled, tried to kick free, then took another step that placed all its weight on a tendon that was no longer anchored. The sound was a flat, ripping pop. The carnosaur went down on one knee and snapped at its own flank. The badger let go, scooted to the other leg, and bit at the back of the knee joint. It tore in short, ragged pulls that sent up a spray of dark blood. The giant twisted, tail lashing, claws raking furrows into the floor. A spike on its forelimb clipped the badger's shoulder. The impact spun the small body into the dirt. Eric flinched. He felt it in his ribs. The badger scrambled upright. It shook once, then darted under the chest again. It opened a trench along the long tendons that ran to the front foot. When the carnosaur tried to stand to slash down, the front foot folded. The beast toppled onto the injured side, mouth snapping, teeth carving empty air. The badger backed out and circled with stiff little steps, gauging distance with animal math older than language. It darted in and grabbed the hamstring behind the last intact rear leg. The carnosaur tried to roll. The badger rode the movement and bit higher, near the big bundle where thigh met hip. Another pop, a wet clunk. The carnosaur collapsed onto its belly. Its head thrashed once. The badger vaulted to the snout and went for the nostril slit. It clawed the soft tissue until the carnosaur reared back in reflex. The badger plunged into the space behind the eye. The thrashing slowed to a tremor. Dust settled in white curtains. The arena quieted all at once, like a valve had been closed. "Stop the count," the ref shouted. Drones zipped, scanned, and pinged a confirmation. The carcass sagged like a dropped tent. The badger dropped from the brow ridge and landed with a thud. It limped slightly. Blood streaked its left shoulder. Eric was already climbing through the handler gate. The medtech met him again, faster this time. No respiratory distress, no visible neurologic signs. That shoulder is a puncture or a gouge. We need to clean it now. If there is a flap, it may need stitches. Stitches should wait until after the event, unless you want to risk sedation. Eric knelt, and the badger pushed its head into his knee, as if claiming the right to be fussed over. The shoulder cut was ugly, but not deep. Skin and subcutaneous fat were opened. Muscle looked intact. The edges did not gape. He flushed it with saline until the fluid ran clear. He picked out grit with clean tweezers. The badger growled at the tweezers, but did not snap. Topical antibiotic, the medtech said, handing him a tube with a green cap. Keep it clean. Bandage lightly to prevent debris. If the cut opens wider, it will need sutures and a week to 10 days to heal well. Do not let it lick too much. Do not apply anything that burns. Eric nodded and smoothed the thin film across the wound. He pressed a gauze pad and wrapped it with a self-adhesive bandage that would not slip under fur. The badger licked his wrist between wraps and then sat, offended by the indignity. Kethavera stood at the rail, with both hands gripping the bar. His eyes had gone small. He looked at the ruin of his prize animal, with the stunned vacancy of a sailor watching a ship slide under a wave. That was not a fight, he said. That was theft. It attacked where legs work, the engineer in the shimmer suit said. He had drifted closer to watch. It cut scaffolds. That is what construction crews sabotage when they cannot get at the main column. Earth predator, someone whispered. What else? Ass. The announcer tried a joke and then decided against it. We take a 15-minute recovery before the next card. Betting counters are open. Bring a friend. Bring your questions about life choices. Mason appeared at Eric's elbow like a minor miracle at the worst time. He held 2 paper cones of steaming food and a metal cup that smelled like engine degreaser. He pushed one cone at Eric without waiting for approval. You need protein, Mason said. You fed the fighter, now feed you. I do not want you fainting, because I need you to keep this going until my payout buys me a freighter. Eric looked at the meat and spice tubers and found he could eat. The food steadied his hands. My plan was to lose and go home, he said, mouth dry even with the drink. Now I have to keep an animal alive that has no fear of anything. There is not a home study course for that. Mason bumped his shoulder. You are doing fine. That bandage looks professional. You did the saline first. That is what my cousin did for a dog when a fence got it. Kept infection away. He changed the dressing twice a day for a week. No drama. The dog was running like new by the second week. It will not have a week, Eric said. He stared at the badger. The little body had curled around the bandaged leg and fallen asleep. It has a few hours at best. From the upper decks came a rumor that moved like a cold front. A cluster of off-worlders in elegant robes began to ask each other simple questions in worried tones. If the small ground thing could dismantle plates and tendons, what could a larger animal from the same planet do? Was the ecology of Earth a collection of tools? Who taught it to go for joints? Did the animal learn by watching machines move? Eric kept his eyes on the badger. He had watched honey badgers on old Earth films as a kid, amazed that an animal could refuse to give up even when logic said it should. That stubbornness was not romantic. It was a blunt instrument. It meant you had to be careful what you pointed it at. The announcer returned, more respectful now. Our interval extends another 10 minutes while the grounds crew scrapes and salts. If you are just joining us, you missed a lesson in anatomy performed by a creature that weighs as much as a water jug. Bookies hustled, rewriting odds with chalk on cracked slates in case the boards failed. Earthling's rat still lagged behind the champion on the numbers, but those numbers were no longer a punchline. A few brave souls moved to the line for the underdog. Mason stood there too, his tournament ticket tucked in his shirt like a holy relic. A security officer in matte black walked by with a dossier. He paused and glanced at Eric. If that thing of yours is toxic for handlers, we will require a specialized permit for exit. If it gets loose, we lock this city until we find it. It is not toxic for handlers, Eric said, rubbing the badger's ear with 2 fingers the way it liked. It is just unreasonable. The officer nodded and moved on. The shoulder bandage held. The badger woke, stretched, and put weight on the leg. It favored it but did not flinch. Eric kept a hand on its chest to feel the rhythm. Strong, regular. He checked the gums for color. Pink. Good perfusion. He checked the pupils with a small light. Equal. Reactive. He offered water, and the badger drank without hesitation. He wiped the face again with a damp cloth to clear the last residue of venom from the fur. The announcer exhaled into the mic. Next on the slate, not yet our Earth marvel. The armored sand crab will face a grinder from the outer ring. Those of you looking ahead, you know what that means. If the sand crab advances, we will have a lesson in patience later tonight. The crowd buzzed at that. Patience. That favored armor. Or it favored the thing that refused to stop biting until armor admitted it was still skin. Eric rested his head against the cool concrete of the alcove wall. He let himself breathe the way he taught students to breathe before examinations. In through the nose. Count 4. Out through the mouth. Count 6. He pictured how he would manage the next fight if it happened in an hour. He would rinse the bandage, check the edges of the wound for swelling or leaking, change pads if soaked, offer sugar water if the badger looked wobbly. If it tore the bandage off, he would not fight for it. He would protect the eyes with a cloth if the opponent spat acid or grit. He would say the same small words he said now. Good job. Easy. Hold still. Pain is information. We will learn to listen. Mason settled beside him on the floor, cross-legged, whistling something that had only 4 notes. You know what scares me most, Mason said. It is not that the little thing keeps winning, it is that it never celebrates. It just looks for the next problem to solve. That is how a lot of us are built, Eric said softly. We are not good at parties. We are good at finding the bolt that rattles and making it stop. Mason considered that. I am great at parties, but I know what you mean. Above them, the sand crab slammed into its opponent with a sound like cinder blocks grinding. The round took its time. The crowd shifted from foot to foot. Announcers tried to make patience sound like spectacle. People drifted away to eat and to complain about odds that no longer felt like gravity. Eric cleaned his gear. He refilled the saline bottle from a sterile pouch. He folded fresh gauze and taped 3 pads in a row so he could switch quickly without thinking. He ran a finger along the leash to test for weak stitching. He pressed his palm to the badger's back and felt the sleep shudder that meant pain was present but manageable. He did not kid himself about recovery time. A cut like that on a dog would be a week of rest and careful changes, 2 if the dog ran too hard. A human with a similar wound would have stitches and a clinic visit in 10 days, maybe 14, plus light duty. He would not ask more of the badger than the badger chose to give. He just knew the animal would choose to give everything, and his job was to keep up. When the sand crab finally finished its grinding method, the crew salted the floor again. The announcer gave the crowd a summary in 3 sentences, all of them careful. The board updated for the semifinal. Letters sharp and bright, numbers nudged by fear. Mason rose and clapped Eric on the shoulder. Time to collect more chaos, he said. Eric stood. He clipped the leash to the harness and felt the badger lean into it, forward, hungry for the next puzzle. The shoulder wrap held under the pull. He looked up at the pit. The lights made a halo of dust. The city beyond the arena walls murmured like a sleeping beast. He whispered to the badger anyway. Easy. 1 more problem at a time. The badger flicked an ear and snorted. In the stands, someone began a chant that started as mockery and turned, mid-syllable, into respect. It ran around the bowl like fire finding oil. Eric felt the ground under him. He knew it would not stop shaking for a while. He led the badger toward the gate that would open again soon. Above, the bookies stacked fresh slips. The guards checked the locks twice. The engineer in the shimmer suit took a quiet note. Keth of Vera wrapped his cloak tighter as if the air had cooled. Mason blew on his fingers and told the terminal to be kind. The honey badger blinked at the light, bandage neat on its shoulder, eyes clear, breath even. It yawned once. Then it stared at the sand floor as if it already knew where the weak places waited. That was enough for now. The sirens pulsed a steady tone that set teeth on edge. Above the pit, the odds boards flared with a new spread that made even the loudest gamblers go quiet. Armored sand crab versus earthling entry. The announcer kept his voice level now. No jokes, no easy jabs. He asked those in the first 2 rows to step back from the rail in case something heavy threw shrapnel. Eric checked the bandage on the badger's shoulder again. No fresh bleed. The edge of the cut was pink, not angry. He pressed gently along the limb to feel for deep tenderness. The badger tolerated it, then pulled free and head-butted the crate as if to say that inspection time was over. He offered a shallow dish of water with a pinch of electrolyte salts. The badger drank, then licked a smear of soft meat from his fingers and went alert at the sound of chains above the tunnel. The gate across the way rose with a grinding complaint. The sand crab came on like a rolling boulder that had learned to walk. A dome of overlapping plates covered most of the body. The color was the pale yellow of old teeth. 2 forelimbs ended in chopping claws that could split a storage drum. Each step ground silica into powder. Heat wavered around its armored back, as if the plates kept a furnace inside. The announcer counted down without flourish. The gong sounded. The sand crab advanced in short bursts, claws up, moving in a rhythm that denied easy timing. The badger trotted toward the left side and nipped at the edge of a plate that shielded a joint. The crab snapped down and missed by inches. The bite left a scrape on keratin and nothing else. The crowd sighed as one animal. Slow fight, no glory. Eric gripped the rail and forced his jaw to unclench. This would be patience. The badger's strength was not blast force. It was a stubborn kind of geometry. It wanted to find joints and seams and pry. He whispered the plan at his own fear. Small cuts, small openings. Do not chase the big bite. The badger probed again. It feinted at a rear plate and then darted under the chassis to rake across a seam where a limb joined the belly. The sound was a rasping rip. The crab jolted, then slammed its whole body down. Dirt leapt. The badger sprang clear, with a dust cloud trailing its tail. A slow chant started high in the stands. It had no words. It was a steady beat that trained lungs to hold. Mason's voice cut through when the beat flagged. He had found a hoarse register that carried, "Stay on the joints. Right there, right there." The crab turned, claws carving wide arcs that tossed grit and shards. The badger kept the claws at its back, always circling to the place where an animal could not see well. It went at the same seam again, then again, opening the cut by less than a finger width each time. On the 4th pass, the badger dug its forepaws into the gap, held for a breath, and pulled. A plate lifted with a sick pop and then settled back. The crab shuddered and took a staggering step. The plate had been anchored to soft tissue. Anchors tore. The sand made a grinding squeal, and the crab rotated its whole mass to crush the spot where the badger had been. The badger had already slid free. It took a chop across the haunch that scored fur but did not open skin. It shook, blinked grit out of its eyes, and went right back to the seam. 10 minutes passed. 15. The announcer stopped talking and let the sound of the fight carry the story. The chant wove around the pit like rope. Even some of the traders who had booed earlier leaned in, hands on the rail, knuckles pale. The crab changed tactics. It dug its own foreclaws into the earth and heaved, sending a wave of dirt at chest height. The badger took it full face. It vanished, then exploded out of the collapsing clod and slammed its head into the open seam like a wedge. It twisted with its whole body. The plate lifted again with a groan, more this time. A clear string of fluid flashed in the light and snapped. The crab's right forelimb dragged for the first time. The claw came down on the badger's back. The impact drove air from the small body and pressed it into the soil. Eric saw the skin buckle and thought of broken ribs. The badger squirmed like a mussel under a boot. It slipped its shoulder, rolled, and slithered free with a hide peel motion that looked wrong and impossible. It came clear with a red streak across the bandage and a new raw line along the flank. Eric was already moving to the handler gate before the medtech spoke. The medic held up a palm. Wait for the count. He hated the rule. He understood it. No interference while both animals were moving. The badger limped 2 steps, tested the leg, then drove forward as if nothing had happened. It went for a different target, a thin membrane behind the small side eye. The crab jerked and slammed its head into the wall. Chips of stone fell. The badger slid, lost purchase, and dug in with claws that threw sparks on shell. Another 10 minutes. The crab's breath came in hot bursts through tiny slits near the underside. Eric could see the rhythm and knew the animal was running on the top of its range. The badger was, too. Its tongue flicked and retreated, its sides moved like bellows, heat shimmered above its shoulders. Eric shouted the only thing he thought might help. "Water when you are done, not before. Finish the seam." The badger did not look at him. It found the first seam again and clamped onto a strip that had started to lift. It ground its teeth and shook. The plate came away with a sound like a nail tearing free of wood. Under the plate lay tissue that looked like pale steak. The badger bit and tore. The crab convulsed and tried to fold in on the wound. It could not reach. Its mass refused to bend that way. The badger bit the same spot again. A gush of fluid sprayed. The crab's right side sagged. The badger clawed inward and dug until a bundle of fibers came free and snapped like overstretched strings. The crab shuddered. It tried to raise a claw. The limb only twitched. The crowd understood what that meant. The chant turned into words that hopped from language to language, but all said the same thing. Again. The badger moved to the second seam and repeated the work in smaller bites. It kept its head down when the crab tried another dirt wave. It backed off when the shell shifted to fall. It returned and pried without hurry. It made a hole big enough to fit its head and then its shoulders. It vanished into the crab and reappeared out the other side, dripping, eyes bright. The ref's whistle cut across the arena. The drone spun in and scanned. Readouts flashed on the boards for one lingering second. Nerve conduction flat in the right forelimb. Blood flow critical under the plates. The ref raised a gloved hand. The bell went. The badger stood beside the dead crab as if it had misplaced a nap. It swayed once. Eric jogged into the pit with a towel and the saline bottle. He scooped the badger by the ribs to spare the bandaged shoulder and carried it at arm level so the chest could expand. He set it on the mat in the alcove and went to work. He rinsed the flank cut with steady pressure until the brown dirt turned to pink water and then ran clear. He blotted with clean gauze, tossed the soaked pads into a bin, and checked the depth. Superficial. No muscle exposed. He laid a thin film of antibiotic ointment and pressed a clean pad. The shoulder bandage had a fresh scuff and a little bleed at the corner. He peeled the edge, checked for gap, and added one strip of sterile tape to secure it. He cleaned the eyes with saline, wiping from the inner corner out with separate pads. He checked the gums again. Pink. Capillary refill under 2 seconds. He pinched the skin between the shoulders and watched it snap back. No dehydration. He offered water. The badger drank in short sets, then paused to breathe, then drank again. He put a little honey in a dish and the animal licked it with slow precision. Sugar would hit fast. Not too much, or it would upset the stomach. The medtech hovered at his shoulder with a small infrared thermometer. He aimed at the inner ear and forehead, elevated but within safe range for a short effort. The medic handed over a cool cloth. Eric draped it over the badger's neck and shoulders, careful not to wet the bandage. He used another cloth on the paws to remove sand that had embedded along the pads. One pad had a shallow slice. He cleaned it, dried it, and wrapped a thin layer of self-adhesive around it, snug but not tight. He would change that wrap as soon as the fight ended. Paw pad cuts can take a week to feel normal. The wrap would protect the cut long enough for one more fight. He knew that meant risk. He accepted it with a tight throat. Mason crouched just outside the alcove, his eyes wide and shining. He tried to speak and only managed a laugh that broke into something like a sob. He held out a chipped bottle from a cooler. Eric shook his head. He could not risk anything that dulled his focus. Mason nodded and tucked the bottle away like a contraband treasure. Keth of Vera did not come to the rail this time. He sat on a bench and stared at his hands. The engineer in the shimmer suit slid closer and lowered his voice. He had a small scanner held loose in one palm. He did not point it at the badger. He looked at Eric instead. "The way it pries plates," the engineer said. "It reminds me of how welders test old rivets. Wiggle the joint without breaking the whole seam, then pull only what must fail. Animals learn what works," Eric said. "We have the same lesson with jar lids and stuck bolts. Try steady twist first. If that fails, use a lever." The engineer smiled with quiet respect. The razor horn will not offer joints that fail quietly. It is an engine that ends distance. It lives on one good charge and the mess that follows. Eric followed the engineer's gaze to the far gate, where handlers were grooming the champion with a brush the size of a broom. The razor horn's hide was a slate gray that caught light like wet stone. Two long horns projected from its head in parallel, not curved like a herbivore, but set to split and lift. Spines lined its shoulders. Its legs were made for short sprints and violent shoves. The air around it seemed to narrow, so that every path in the room bent toward the horns. The boards pulsed with fresh figures. The odds were still in favor of the champion, but the gap had shrunk to a number that tasted like a dare. Arguments broke out in the aisles. Some wanted to recalibrate the entire ecology of Earth on the spot. Some called for a rule review. One heavy trader demanded a drug screening and was told to file a written protest and stop yelling at the techs. A lanky scholar asked if Earth had things larger than a honey badger. Eric told him yes, and kept his face polite when the scholar went pale. Mason came back from the betting line, clutching a new ticket and a fried pastry. He pressed the pastry into Eric's hand and nodded toward the boards. "I doubled down," he said. "I told the terminal, I love a story with a bad idea at the center. It beeped at me like an old dog that understands a word. We are committed." Eric forced a bite and felt the grounding weight of sugar and heat. His hands steadied. He adjusted the badger's harness to keep pressure off the bandaged shoulder. He loosened the chest strap by a notch so the lungs could do their full work. He checked the wrap on the paw again and changed it for a fresh strip when the old one took grit. He cleaned the ear that had been torn in the first round and dabbed a bit more ointment. He pictured the line to the eye. And the way a small body could ride a crest of hide to a place where horns could not reach. He also pictured how fast a mistake could end everything. He decided he would stop the fight if the badger lost its rhythm, or if breathing went ragged. He would not let stubbornness turn into cruelty. He accepted that the crowd would riot if he pulled early. He accepted that riot beats a dead animal. The announcer spoke again. He sounded like a man who had seen a storm climb a hill. "Final round in 30 minutes. The grounds crew will remove what remains of the sand crab. The rail teams will install extra barriers on the south and west edges. If you are here for the first time, this is your last chance to buy a blast shield. I am not joking." Time markers lit out along the inner ring. 25 minutes. 20. Eric used the window. He offered more water, small amounts spaced apart. He inspected the claws for chips. One was worn to a flat edge, but intact. He rubbed a dab of balm into the paw pads, then wiped away the excess so the wrap would hold. He watched the breathing slow. He counted to 12 between rises. He put a hand on the ribs and felt smooth work. He closed his eyes for 5 breaths and opened them again. The chatter on the walkway shifted from jokes to plans. A young broker told her partner they would sell the shop if Mason hit his number. A guard told a vendor to secure the vats. A child with silver flecks in his hair asked his father if Earth had cats that could do this. The father used a voice that did not carry and said that Earth had house cats that acted like kings, and a sea that ate ships, and storms that flattened cities, and that someone from that place could carry a ridiculous animal into a bad idea and make the whole room agree. It was the most important thing in the galaxy for one night. The badger slept for 10 minutes. Eric timed it. When it woke, it stood and shook off like a dog out of rain. The bandage held, the paw wrap held, the eye was clear. The medtech took another temperature reading and nodded. Elevated from effort, not danger. Eric swapped the towel for a fresh, cool one and let the badger sit with it draped like a tiny cape while
Murder Paws decided that the grand conference table, covered in important documents, data tablets, and ceremonial objects, looked like an excellent place for a stroll. She leapt from her cushion and landed precisely in the center of the table. Every counselor froze. Murder Paws surveyed her new domain with regal satisfaction. She walked with deliberate slowness across the table's surface, pausing occasionally to sniff an object or document. When she reached Counselor Vesh's prized ceremonial scepter, she made direct eye contact with him, then slowly, deliberately, pushed it off the edge of the table. It fell with a clatter. Vesh whimpered, but didn't move. Satisfied with this demonstration of dominance, Murder Paws continued her inspection tour. She approached a data tablet displaying classified security protocols, sat down directly on it, and began grooming as though it were the most comfortable spot in the galaxy.
Your cultural ambassador,
Thulix said dryly to Jules,
is sitting on our defense strategies.
Yes, Jules replied. Standard CAT procedure. If it's important to you, she must sit on it. It's a sign of respect, really. This was a complete fabrication, but the counselors nodded as though Jules had imparted profound cultural wisdom. After thoroughly warming the tablet with her hindquarters, Murder Paws stood, stretched luxuriously, and did something truly alarming. She began to vibrate. Not metaphorically, but literally. Her outline blurred as she purred at a frequency that caused small objects to levitate and the air to shimmer with probability distortions.
What's happening?
Vesh asked in panic.
Is it preparing an attack?
No, Jules said, trying to keep her voice calm. She's just happy.
That's happiness?
Demanded another counselor. For a quantum cat? Yeah. The vibrating intensified, reality hiccuped. For approximately 2.7 seconds, everyone in the room experienced themselves as someone else. Thulix found himself thinking with Vesh's mind. Vesh experienced life as Jules. Jules briefly knew what it was to be a crystalline consciousness. Then Murder Paws stopped vibrating. She yawned, displaying needle-sharp teeth, and jumped down from the table, landing with perfect feline grace. She walked over to Jules and rubbed against her leg, leaving behind a faint trail of quantum particles that briefly formed the pattern of a middle finger before dissolving. I believe, said Jules, fighting back a smile, that she's made her position clear. The cult of the Observer continued to grow despite official disapproval. They now occupied 3 full residential sections of Vox Ultima, converting them into elaborate temples dedicated to Murder Paws' worship. High Priest Zendar had developed an extensive theology based entirely on observed cat behaviors.
When the Observer grooms, she cleanses reality of imperfections. When the Observer naps, she dreams new universes into being. When the Observer knocks objects off elevated surfaces, she teaches us the impermanence of material attachments. When the Observer suddenly accelerates at 3 times normal speed for no apparent reason, she demonstrates the fundamental unpredictability of existence.
The cult members had taken to wearing headbands with small artificial cat ears and painting whiskers on their faces, regardless of whether their species naturally had faces. They practiced sacred behaviors, including spontaneous sprinting, knocking things over while maintaining eye contact, demanding food and then walking away from it. And the most sacred ritual of all, the Great Ignoring, in which they collectively pretended not to notice someone desperately trying to get their attention. What made the cult particularly troubling to station authorities was their worship seemed to produce tangible results. Offerings left at Murder Paws' shrines disappeared, even from sealed chambers. Cultists who performed the sacred nap reported prophetic dreams often involving fish. The most disturbing of all, security cameras occasionally captured glimpses of Murderpaws attending their ceremonies, despite her being under constant observation elsewhere. Jules learned of this during a brief with Security Chief Damison, who showed her footage of Murderpaw simultaneously napping in her habitat and sitting on a cult altar receiving offerings of synthetic tuna.
How is this possible?
Damison demanded.
We have her under constant surveillance.
Jules studied the footage. Project Observer notes mentioned something about this. They called it quantum bilocation. When she's particularly relaxed, parts of her consciousness can project elsewhere.